أنزل من قبلك وبالآخرة هم يوقنون أولئك على هدى من ربهم وأولئك هم المفلحون صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah khair. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Institute of Policy Studies, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you. It's an honor and privilege for all of us to have you around. My name is Saboor Ali Sayyid, and I work with IPS as a senior research officer. I think there can be hardly any difference of opinion on the subject that Russia-Ukraine crisis is perhaps the most complex issue the world is facing at the moment. It's not a conflict just between two countries, but it's much more, it's larger than that, because if you could just recall that four international powers, they are Russia, America, France, and UK, they are directly involved in it. And then the whole world is also in some way or other engaged with it. So any wrong step or miscalculation can result into very serious consequences for the whole world. So this is the background of this one-day IPS conference on Russia-Ukraine war, causes, dynamics and implications. I once again welcome you all to this conference. This is basically divided into three sessions. The first session provides the basic platform for discussion on this issue, whereas the second session is dedicated to understand the Chinese position on this issue. And in the last and final session, we will have a comprehensive discussion on the implications of this conflict for Pakistan and the Muslim world at large. Our first session is being presided over by Dr. Tughral Yamin. Dr. Tughral Yamin is Deputy Dean and also the founding member of the Center for International Peace and Stability at Nazir University. He's a renowned academician. His academic qualifications include an MSc in War Studies, MA in International Relations, BSc Honors in War Studies, and BA in Military Art and Science. We are very thankful to you, sir, for presiding this session. And then we would have three speakers who will make their presentations in this session. To begin with, before that, may I request Honorable Syed Abrar Hussain, the Vice Chairman of IPS, to say a few opening remarks, just to introduce the conference at large, and also what IPS is working and what this institution is all about. So over to you, sir. Ambassador retired Syed Abrar Hussain. As you like, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Chair of the session, Dr. Tughral Yamin, learned speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to welcome you all to this conference organized by the Institute of Policy Studies, Islamabad, to discuss causes, dynamics, and implications of the Russia-Ukraine war. As we all know, this war is affecting the whole world, as rightly said by Mr. Saboor. It's affecting the whole world in one way or the other. Politically, it has divided the world among those who support Ukraine, those who would like to stay neutral, and those who justify Russian stance. It has diverted world's attention away from Afghanistan and made Afghanistan yesterday's crisis. It has also delayed efforts to restore Iran's tattered deal with world powers. And this is not all. Some analysts feel that due to this war, traditional regional dynamics could be shifting, and perhaps Central Asia is loosening ties with Russia. The economic impact of this war is even more significant. Global oil prices have reached heights we haven't seen in nearly a decade. Europe, that was dependent for natural gas on Russia, will have to look towards other major gas exports. Maybe countries such as Qatar and Algeria will gain. Russia and Ukraine together account for a quarter of world wheat exports. And nearly half of Ukraine's wheat exports have gone to North Africa and the Middle East in recent years. The interruption of so much of the world's wheat supply can lead to serious economic and even humanitarian crisis. According to the World Bank, Ukraine war is an economic catastrophe. So this war is not only a war between Russia and Ukraine, it has a global fallout. And there are various aspects of this fallout. In order to present different viewpoints and discuss various aspects of Russia-Ukraine war, today we have three learned speakers from Russian, US, and Chinese universities. Besides, from Pakistan, we have experts such as some very prominent former diplomats, university professors, and defense analysts. It is my honor to welcome them all, as well as other participants who are with us today or have joined us via Zoom. I thank you all.
Thank you so much. Let me also welcome all those who have joined us online. Thank you so much. We are looking forward to a very interactive session with you as well, and let's hope how the things unfold. With this, we move to the first speaker of this session. Dr. Khurram Iqbal is the first speaker for this session. He is head of IR department at National Defense University, Islamabad. Dr. Iqbal holds the distinction of being Pakistan's first PhD in counterterrorism. Prior to joining NDU, Dr. Iqbal worked with top research centers and universities in Singapore, Australia, and Pakistan. He has a large number of publications to his credit. So thank you so much, Dr. Iqbal, for joining us. Dr. Iqbal would be giving an overview of the situation. I mean, what has happened since the inception of this war. So over to you, Dr. Khurram Iqbal. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Before you start, let me make it clear that we have requested all the speakers to speak for 10 to 12 minutes. And then, I mean, after the end of this discussion, presentations by the speaker, then we will have a question and answer session as well. So over to you, Dr. Iqbal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sabur. A very good morning, all of you. Chair of the session, Dr. Tughral Yamin, Vice President of the Institute, ladies and gentlemen, and those participants joining us virtually. Although I've been asked to give you an overview of the situation, the war between Ukraine and Russia, but I've taken the liberty to expand some of my insights beyond the descriptions as to what has happened so far between the two countries. I would like to talk about some of the causes and some of the implications, especially how Russia-Ukraine war has emboldened the far-right extremism in Europe and what consequences this phenomena would have for the world in general and Muslim world in particular. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is often said that plan is the first casualty of war. So is truth. And when we talk about Russia-Ukraine war, there are versions of truth being projected from all sides. Russians, they are portraying this war as a preemptive strike to stop the NATO's expansion in its immediate neighborhood, while Ukraine and its Western supporters, they are projecting this invasion as a part of grand Russian strategy as a part of Russian expansionist agenda, which is intended to restore the lost glory of the Soviet Empire. But when we talk about the Western perspective on this war, I must say that we should take it with a pinch of salt, given the long history of sophisticated use of information and disinformation by the Western countries in pursuit of their imperial strategy. For last few years, we have seen how Russia and China, they are marked as the potent threats to US-led hegemonic world order after the end of Cold War. Therefore, Western projection of Russia and China could be anything but objective. This war, I would say, has generated a multitude of responses globally. There are those who have taken sides, and there are a lot of countries which opted on pretext of neutrality and with a view to prevent escalation with global consequences, they have opted to stay neutral. But Winston Churchill once said that neutrality during the course of war is a luxury that any country can afford. Therefore, I firmly believe that this luxury to stay neutral will soon dissipate, and smaller and medium powers will be pushed to take sides. When we talk about global South, which largely is composed of the countries which remained on the receiving end of American hegemonic order, there is a tendency to look at this war from an anti-imperialist perspective. At the societal level, President Putin is being seen in these countries as a challenge to American exceptionalism. American exceptionalism, especially after the end of Cold War, which brought to the world, especially Muslim world, quite a few illegal invasions, CIA-sponsored colored revolutions, and corrupt regimes, which were more aligned and inclined towards the West than serving the cause of their people or population. So that is one perspective which hardly find any resonance in official discourse in the third world, in the developing or underdeveloped countries, because of the strong client-patron relations between the governing elite of global North and the Western countries. When we talk about the responses from global South, again, these responses are quite diverse. We can't say that the global South has responded to Ukraine-Russia war as a monolith. When we talk about America and its Western allies, they are looking at this war as an opportunity to isolate Russia diplomatically, militarily, and economically. Economically, Western choices are curtailed due to heavy reliance on Russian energy. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said only last week that an immediate embargo on Russian fossil fuels means bringing Germany and entire Europe into a state of inflation, a sort of economic crisis never seen in Europe after 1930s. So this Western or European aspiration or ambition to substitute Russian energy, I think that is going to be a challenge. Why? Because Europe depends on Russia for 30% of its crude oil and 50% of its petroleum products. And then the Ambassador Abrar just mentioned that there are some aspirants who wish to replace Russia as a source to substitute for Russian gas, I think that's practically impossible. Qatar, which is the third largest producer of natural gas, has stated only 2 weeks ago, using this very word, that it's practically impossible to replace Russian gas, which constitutes 30 to 40% of the total volume of gas that is supplied in the world markets. So it's not going to be an easy task. So we can say that Russians have weaponized its energy in the same manner the West has weaponized its financial institutions. So it's basically a tit-for-tat response from the both sides. But what is more alarming for me as a student of counter-extremism and terrorism is the wide-scale mass mobilization in Europe never seen in the recent history, perhaps only seen during the times of crusades. The wide-scale mobilization of the far-right extremists against Russia. According to recent estimates, approximately 50,000 foreign fighters, they have traveled to Ukraine to take part in a holy war against Russia. So Russia yet again faces a different version of jihad. This time, it's not from the turban-clad Maulvis in Afghanistan. Rather, this time it is waged by the skinhead Christians. These 50,000 fighters, they come from 52 different countries, including United States of America, United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, Germany, France, and Eastern Europe, which is in the strong grip of far-right extremism. There are a number of countries where ultra-nationalists subscribing to a very divisive ideology, they have taken control, political control. For example, Justice and Law Party in Poland, for last 6 years, they have formed a majority government there. So you would see thousands of these individuals subscribing to this ideology, traveling to Ukraine. That's quite a difficult task to complete in 10 minutes. Okay, I'll got 3 minutes more, so I'll try to be quick. So these individuals, most of them, they are traveling to Ukraine, joining the training camps established by Azov Battalion. Now, what is Azov Battalion? Azov Battalion is a Ukrainian far-right extremist group which was banned in different parts of the West only recently. But as soon as Azov Battalion started to serve the Western geostrategic interests, Azov is no more a banned extremist organization in the Western capitals. Azov Battalion basically subscribed to this far-right ideology that seeks to create the dominance of white race over others. Andrei Britsky, who was the founder of Azov Battalion, is on record saying in 2010 that the national purpose of Ukraine is to lead white races of the world in the final crusade. Interestingly, the same guy, he became member of the Ukrainian parliament in 2014. The same guy was at the forefront of Maidan protests, you may remember 2014, which were labeled by the Western media as Ukraine Spring, as protests of democracy versus authoritarianism. But at the forefront were the guys who subscribed to this ideology. So some more facts to ascertain the seriousness and the gravity of this issue of far-right mobilization of after the Ukraine-Russia war. I would say it was pretty much a cause and a consequence of this war as well. Site Intelligence Group, which is an open source intelligence company which monitors the activities of extremists of all sort, they have recently noticed that there's an uptick in the virtual domain. The support for Ukraine in the far-right virtual circles has increased considerably. Number one. Number two, at the moment, the total number of foreign fighters in Ukraine is somewhere at 50,000. Do you know that this number far exceeds the total number of foreign fighters who joined Daesh in Middle East in 2014 at the peak of its power? Interestingly, the foreign fighters associated with Daesh, Western media left no stone unturned to label them as jihadi terrorists and whatnot. But interestingly, foreign fighters who are traveling to Ukraine, their actions are being termed as incredible act of valor by these sons of the soil, by the people belonging to white race. So that's the dichotomy that you see in the framing of two similar occurrences by the Western media. So to conclude, before I get another chair, I know it. I would propose three points to ponder. First of all, that no matter which side wins, Ukraine has emerged as the breeding ground of far-right extremism. Thousands of far-right extremists are presently operating from Ukraine, getting combat experience. They should act as a neutral watchdog, number one. Number two, the European governments must enact the recently enacted laws to discourage foreign fighters from traveling to Ukraine. They brought that legislation to discourage the migration of Muslims to Middle East to join Daesh. I think this is high time that they invoke the similar legislation to discourage this trend in Europe again. 3 days ago, France, Germany, and 4 other European countries have discouraged their citizens to go to Ukraine, but United States of America and UK, the most important contributors to these foreign fighters, are yet to give any official statement on that. Number two, there is much more to Ukraine war than this geopolitics. There's a strong ideological side to Ukraine-Russia war. It may also signal some deep-seated differences and disputes within Christianity, between Rome and Orthodox Russia. So I think the counter-extremist centers working around the globe, they should devote intellectual capital to decipher this ideology, this rift within Christianity, or different shades of far-right extremism, which are mobilizing hundreds of thousands of people to leave their homes and to take part in this holy war. Thirdly, and finally, it is now clear that West is willing to tolerate all kinds of extremism as long as it serves their geopolitical agenda. We have seen that during anti-Soviet jihad in Afghanistan in 1980s. We have seen that in the rise of saffron extremism in India, that how an ultra-nationalist militant organization took control of India twice, but still India continues to be the darling of United States and its Western allies. And again, we are witnessing that in case of Ukraine. As long as these battalions, they are there to fight Russia, we are highly unlikely to see a concrete response from the Western capitals. So instruments such as FATF and other international bodies will only be used against countries like Pakistan, will only focus on the green variant of extremism, because it's the green variant of extremism which supposedly challenged the Western hegemony. Rest of the variants, as long as they fulfill, accomplish, complement the Western agenda, they will be the good boys. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Iqbal. Dr. Iqbal has provided a very good. Sorry. Just a minute, please. Maybe after the second speaker, because we are running out. Okay, it's okay. So, Honorable Chair, Dr. Tughral Yamin wants to make an observation, please.
Thank you very much, Sir Abrar. I think it was a very interesting presentation for Iqbal Sahab. Very, very interesting, because presence of far-right elements in Ukraine is no secret. And I think Putin has made a point of it. He said that he is there. One of his justification is that there is the word denazification is the word that he used. I was watching Russian television, and there were impeachment as of battalions in Nazi regalia, wearing swastikas and other stuff, and certifications in the form of Irish. I think this is a very important point that you brought across. I do not know whether Pakistan can take a stand on this situation. The only thing that we can do is we can highlight this fact that, look, you talk about Daesh, and you very correctly pointed out what is the actual volume of Daesh's presence in the so-called Khorasan chapter. Less than 3,000, perhaps even less. And if you say there are 50,000 foreign fighters going there, this is a very serious thing. And in Europe, you have very correctly pointed out there is this upsurge of racism in Hungary, in other countries, even in Germany. We know the ALD elements that they are becoming very strong, and racism is very dominant. I think this is much more worse than Islamophobia. That's my thing. I might be wrong. So thank you very much there. I think you brought across a very important point, and I think there will be further discussion. Thank you very much, Abrar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Iqbal, and also thank you so much, Dr. Tughral Yamin Sahab, for making such a wonderful observation. Now we are moving to the second speaker of this conference. Is Dr. Ivan Safranchuk. He will be speaking on Russian perspective on the war, background, current situation, and future challenges. He is Director for Euro-Asian Studies, MGIMO University. He holds several teaching and research positions with Russian and foreign universities and think tanks. He is also a non-resident fellow with CSIS Washington, D.C., publisher of the journal Great Game, Politics, Business, Security in Central Asia. I'm sure all of you would be looking forward to his presentation, because it would be very interesting that how a Russian scholar looks at the situation happening very much around him. So over to you, Dr. Ivan Safranchuk, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this kind presentation. And I want to thank the Institute for inviting me and for having this opportunity to share some of my views. I need to make the disclaimer that though I am a full-time employee of the university, which belongs to the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I speak in the capacity of, in my research capacity, not as a Russian official. That's why please do not take my views for the official view of the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation perfectly speaks for itself on the official level. So I present my personal research perspective. For Russia, there are several layers of context for the current conflict in Ukraine. There is global context, and this is very much about world order, about rules of the games, which were imposed by the West after the Cold War, and which are not satisfactory for Russia, as well as for many other countries in the world. And which Russia has been trying to kindly revise and kindly suggest to revise, and these suggestions were denied many times. And the very last time this was denied this year, after Russia made its proposals to the United States and NATO. The second layer is regional, and that is very much connected to NATO and to the NATO expansionistic policy. For long, there was the argument that that it is not that NATO is expanding, it is that new members join NATO. And that's why, because other countries want to join NATO, NATO should keep the doors open so that nobody is denied the freedom of choosing alliances. However, that argument was probably true for the 90s, but that is not true from the mid-2000 years, in particular from 2008, from the Bucharest summit, because the Bucharest summit was a sort of threshold when we clearly saw that the United States are pushing some countries to join NATO. I want to remind you that Bucharest summit history in the spring of 2008, nobody was going to provide a membership action plan for Ukraine and Georgia. In the end of 2007, all European countries were saying that the issue is out of question. Ukraine and Georgia were not ready. That was too controversial issue, and so on and so on. And suddenly in January 2008, we saw how Condoleezza Rice started very active campaign going around Europe and pushing everyone to support the membership action plan. And even these countries themselves, they were pushed to intensify efforts. Although that time there was no consensus, even in the elite of those countries, let alone among population, for membership in NATO. So it was very clear sign that these countries are pushed into NATO. And the only reason to push them was geopolitical and partly ideational, to make the clear signal that look, Russia, these countries are beyond your zone of influence. Forget it as part of your Russian culture. And since then, NATO continued to expand. Ukraine and Georgia issue was always on the agenda, and we saw how in the recent years the Ukrainian elite has been trying to intensify this issue together with the United States. And the next layer is also regional and to some extent bilateral between Ukraine and Russia, and that is the layer of the Minsk agreements, which was supposed to give resolution to the Ukrainian crisis of 2014. However, and the provisions of the Minsk agreements, the second so-called the first and the second Minsk agreements, were very simple. The provisions were to reintegrate the east of Ukraine into Ukraine, but on terms which would provide the population in the east to have rights to speak Russian language, to have education in Russian, to have access to the Russian culture, and at the same time to have free political expression inside Ukraine. So they were supposed to get guarantees, constitutional guarantees for their identity. However, we saw that Ukraine did not implement those Minsk agreements. Actually, they said very clearly in the end of the last year and in the beginning of this year that Minsk agreements are dead. And the very negative surprise for Russia was that Western countries, which were supposed to be guarantors of these Minsk agreements, they just said, okay, if they don't want to implement them, then what? It was really a strange move. Russia was providing various evidence of Ukraine violating and sabotaging the Minsk agreements. And the response from France and Germany was that, yeah, probably that's true, but then what? We are not going to do anything on them, and they did not extend any pressure on Ukraine for the implementation of agreements. Besides that, the Russian military and the Russian diplomatic service provide a very strong statement that besides all that, Ukraine was preparing a military operation against Donetsk and Lugansk republics, against the eastern territories, which declared their independence in the eastern territories of Ukraine, which declared their independence in 2014 and received some support from Russia to survive the Ukrainian military effort against them. So all that came together finally, this global context of world order, or actually world disorder, the regional context of NATO, the collapse of the Minsk agreements, and absolutely strange position of the Western countries of the Ukrainian denial of the Minsk agreements. And besides that, the evidence which the Russian military and the Russian diplomatic service insists on, that Ukraine was preparing some sort of military operation against its formerly eastern territories. So for Russia, this military operation looks like a forced operation, like we had no other choice but to do it. And Russia, I think, was preparing for sanctions, but nobody was expecting that sanctions would be exactly of this depth, of this scale, of this scope. I think it became a sort of surprise. But that is very telling issue that we received sanctions of this scope and of this magnitude. The issue is that from Russian perspective, we had to make the invasion. We had to start this special military operation, but we take it as something we do not like. We do not glorify the military operation. We have to do it. We would like it to be as limited as possible, but that is not something very special in the international relations. Use of force is not so exceptional. We had many examples of use of force by the United States and by its allies, Yugoslavia, Kosovo, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria. By the way, we should not forget that right now in Syria there is an American military presence, which is absolutely illegal. The official government of Syria did not invite the US military presence in Syria, but the US controls part of the Syrian territory and exploits part of the Syrian oil resources. It produces oil, it sells oil, and this military presence of the United States in Syria is absolutely out of the international law. So against the background of all that, from the Russian perspective, this military operation should be seen in the context of other projection of military force outside of national territories, and we have many examples of them. Russia was always against it, but we came to the point when probably we have to do it ourselves. However, the Western world portrays this in absolutely different light. They say that Russia did something exceptionally wrong, they portray it as if there were no other invasions. But I can tell you what actually they share with us when we speak to them on the Chatham House ground. On the Chatham House ground, they say that, look, we understand we were wrong in Iraq, in Libya. We understand that, yes, in Syria it's also illegal, but we would like that to be exceptional, exception from rules, and we do not want you to have the right for that exception. And for Russia, that is a very strange position. You either have common rules, or you do not have, or you have no common rules. The issue that some countries have more rights than other countries, when somebody has the right for exceptional use of force and others do not have the right for the exceptional use of force, that is absolutely unacceptable for Russia. Second, what Russia sees is that Ukraine was used as a pretext to actually escalate the essentially geopolitical conflict into a global economic conflict. Ukraine in this case is used as a sort of sacrifice. Ukraine is actually sacrificed. I pay your attention to the fact that Ukraine, despite all statements, various statements of assistance, of help, and so on, Ukraine does not receive much help from the West, practical help. They receive a lot of encouragement. They receive some weapons so that they could continue, so that they could increase the price of conflict for Russia. But they are used as, I would say, as a geopolitical shahid. They are sacrificed. Their mission is to suffer publicly, to yell and scream. And on this basis, the West imposed very drastic sanctions against Russia. And these sanctions, they actually shift the conflict from its geopolitical basis to an absolutely different level. The conflict has global economic effects on developed countries, on Europe and the United States. The life there for middle class will become tougher. And the change of life of the middle class may trigger social transformations. In particular, social transformation toward the rise of the radical right, which has been already discussed. There may be other ways of social transformation, but we will see that there will be crisis of the middle class in developed countries with potentially important social transformation. But even more effects will be for the developing world, for the global south, because lack of agriculture products is going to be a very serious issue. Interruption of production and trade chains, that is also going to be a very important issue. I think that Russia did not want this escalation from geopolitical level to the global economic level, but Russia actually receives this challenge, and Russia appreciates very much that half of the world economy, countries representing half of the world economy, half of the world GDP, did not impose sanctions on Russia, even under the risk of being sanctioned for not imposing sanctions. That is, when we try to look rationally at it, we see that it is extraordinary hypocrisy. Countries are threatened to be sanctioned for not imposing sanctions against Russia. There is no you know, they say that Ukraine should have freedom to choose alliances, but nobody is left freedom for sovereign decisions to impose sanctions or not impose sanctions. Countries are threatened to fall under sanctions for not making sanctions against Russia. That is extreme hypocrisy. By the way, for Russia, it is important, and we do not raise that point very loudly, but it is important why the West takes why the West portrays the conflict in Ukraine and the Russian invasion as something exceptionally wrong, and takes its invasions in other places as just, okay, that is a mistake, that is exception, but we would like this to be tolerated. There is only one, well, we can explain it with hypocrisy, but because that is repeated hypocrisy, it's hard to, we either should think that, look, interests and moral in the West do not exist together, they are just fully separated, or we may have another explanation for that there is extremely deeply sitting sense of racism, which actually means that you can kill non-whites. Yeah, well, that is bad, but you can kill non-whites. But those whom we consider white, you should not kill. That is just out of question totally. And Ukraine is taken by the West as a sort of whites. Although I repeat again, I think that is not true, because actually Ukraine is geopolitically sacrificed. Nobody is going to integrate Ukraine into the global West. The only purpose of Ukraine is to become the pretext of moving the conflict from the geopolitical level to the global geoeconomic level. How all that can be summarized from the research perspective? My summary is this: the West, or the two big factions of the West, the liberal and the realpolitik faction of the West, they are pushing us to the unacceptable choice between security and development. Actually, what the liberal camp of the West tells us, it tells us you all get economic benefits from globalization. Your socio-economic models are based on being part of globalization, of participating in globalization. So if you want to continue that, forget about your own interpretations of security, forget about sovereignty, just use globalization on our terms. What the realpolitik faction of the West tells us, it tells us, look, yeah, we understand that you are politically sovereign, you have the right for security, but then, sorry, you will not be able to use globalization. So the choice is either be yourself but be poor, or be richer but do not be yourself. I think that is this conflict, this geo-economic global conflict we have now against Russia, that is, from the research perspective, the first example when the West openly presents this choice. Choose between security and economic development. And I believe that many other countries are going to face this choice. We've been facing it in a sort of converted way, not an open way. But now we are presented with that choice in the open way: security or development. And I think that Russia, as well as China, Brazil, and many other countries, we are not going to accept this choice. We need both security and economic development. And it's not the issue that we are fighting for something only one part of it. We are fighting against the very tough choice the West is pushing us to. Thank you for your attention.
Dr. Rahman, thank you so much for such a thought-provoking presentation. I think it must have been quite challenging for you as well to rise above nationalism and give a realistic perspective, but hats off to you. And I also believe that during question on succession, there must be many questions related to the overall impact of sanctions on Russia. And also, I mean, there was general perception that Russia would just overrun Ukraine, but that hasn't happened. So the reason why, what are the reasons behind that? Let's postpone that for the question answer session. Now we move to the last speaker of this session, Dr. Akis, who is a professor of international relations at UCM, USA. He got his PhD from Temple University. He teaches a variety of classes, including American government, the European Union, world politics, international organizations, and American foreign policy. Dr. Akis has been to IPS at least once, so quite a well-known figure in Pakistan also. Dr. Akis would be speaking on Ukraine crisis, what it means for the West. So Dr. Akis, over to you, please.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you to Dr. Khalid Rahman, the IPS head. The IPS invitation is always welcome with me, honorable members of the panel. I listened with very great interest to what you had to say, and I am supposed to talk about Ukraine's side, though I'm not really an Ukrainian expert, more of an IR person. So bear with me when I go through a little bit of a timeline of events to think about how we got to where we are. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the implications and what I think may be a solution to this problem. So Ukraine became independent after 1991 when the collapse of the Soviet Union happened. And in 1994, it denuclearized. It gave up its nuclear arsenal with guarantees from the UK, the US, and Russia to preserve its integrity and undertake its defense. So there's a commitment there that, of course, we have not talked about yet. In 2004, there were some controversial elections that led to the first Orange Revolution. I don't know if the members of the panel remember that the opposition to the Russian-friendly candidate was poisoned. He subsequently became president. Then the corruption in Ukraine basically destroyed his regime. And in 2008, we arrive at a place where the president of the United States, President Bush at that time, and I agree with my previous speaker, pushed very hard for Ukraine and Georgia to become members of NATO. And the response was the invasion of Georgia, which was not mentioned. The invasion of Georgia told me at that time that Russia had some very, very important security concerns of its own. And I recognize those concerns and consider the Bush administration a failed foreign policy administration to begin with because of its involvement in Iraq and because of what it did to Russia personally. Following this, in 2009, the Yanukovych regime came to Ukraine, which was friendly to Russia, but negated a very important demand of the Ukrainian people to join the European Union. And that was what led to the Euromaidan events, which were noted by the first speaker, and but were not expanded. And that's basically the time I believe that Ukrainians are starting to look at Russia as more of as a threat to them than as an ally. In 2014, of course, the events of Crimea and the Donbass happened. The Minsk protocols were signed and were not followed, as correctly were argued by my colleague earlier, and led us to the election of Volodymyr Zelensky in 2019 and the negation of Ukraine as a whole, as a country, by the president of Russia. We cannot really divorce ourselves from the rhetoric that came out of Russia in a sense that Ukraine is not even a country. Ukraine used to be Russia, therefore it has to be part of Russia again. And then, of course, in 2022, February, 2 months ago, the Russian forces invaded a sovereign country in Europe, which elicited the response that it has elicited, which has been very harsh and very steadfast against Russia. Now, I realize that we have a lot of things to talk about. A lot of points were made. I can't respond to every one of them. I hope to respond to as many as I can, and then maybe in the Q&A we can hash some of the rest of them out. But it seems to me that the war was a war of choice. It was a war of choice and a war of expansion. It is still a war of expansion. The way it is conducted, it seems that it was a war to take the Ukrainian sovereignty away completely. To be frank, this leads to the collapse of both economies. In Ukraine and Russia, it's a plague on both your houses, so to speak. War is, to my, it's not my preference of solving problems, and it's not the UN's preference of solving problems either. And so we have a humanitarian catastrophe with 4.5 million people, refugees, and 6 million IDPs. And of course, we have a steadfast NATO, which is building up right now as a result of this aggressive action by the Russian state. So if the calculation was that we will invade Ukraine and solve our security problem, then that is a miscalculation. Where I'm thinking, where I'm coming from is that basically it elicited a stronger response than the Russian authorities expected. So on the United States side, clearly the media have vilified the Russian leadership. And I won't even get into what the president of Russia has done and said, and other things such as the Azov units and things like that. I'm not an expert on the Ukrainian side to be able to judge whether or not the Azov units are still even there. But what I'm saying, what I'm going to say is that clearly for the American side, this is an ideational conflict. It's an ideational confrontation between liberalism and authoritarianism. This is how they see it. This is how the president of the United States thinks about it. This is what his pronouncements are about. You have to take him into his word. And so it is about Russia expanding the Ruski Mir. It's about Orthodox dogma. As an Orthodox myself, I can testify to the fact that the church has a lot of rethinking to do regarding its position in this war. It's about nationalism in terms of the Russian stand. It's about revisionism. Very well described by the previous speaker when he said that this is about a global context in which the the Russian space basically it needs to be heard. It is very important to remember that the president of Russia said that the biggest catastrophe that has befallen the world is the collapse of the Soviet Union in 2007 in the Munich conference. This has been taken very seriously in the West. It's been taken as a irredentist type of policy regarding Ukraine, and it's been taken as an irredentist policy towards members of the European Union, such as the Baltic states, not to mention the Eastern European countries themselves. As far as the nationalism that exists in the West, it is true there are Nazis everywhere. There are Nazis in Hungary, there are Nazis in Poland, there are Nazis in Greece, there were Nazis in Ukraine. I believe the election results could give us an idea of what level of Nazification existed. And it seems to me that Ukraine is not an outlier. It's got a small percentage of Nazis. As far as I can tell, Nazis exist in the United States as well. They don't control the countries that they are in. Equating Nazism with the government of the country is a fallacy. So, to the solutions, apart from the implication, the solution would be, for me, to neutralize Ukraine in the form of Austrian neutrality, giving, of course, the Minsk agreement, given the Minsk agreement elements, Ukraine could offer to be neutral and not have NATO membership, but to join the European Union in order to take part in the global economy. This could have been avoided to begin with if there was more attention to diplomacy. However, it seems to me that there was an agreement in Russia. I don't know if my colleague would agree with me. In general, as a society, that Russia needed to show the world that it's back. That's how it's viewed in the United States. That there is a necessity of this war, of this war of choice. As far as the hypocrisy of the West, I have made the same argument myself in the past. I was also against the war in Iraq. I marched with another 500,000 people in New York City in sub-freezing temperatures against the Bush administration. And I can tell you, two wrongs don't make one right. The fact that the Americans were wrong in Iraq does not mean that Russians are right now. And I realize this is it seems hypocritical to say that, but it is a basic condition of the system that we live in, the system of sovereignty. Once we disagree on the sovereignty of states on the basis of wants and takes, it's going to be a world that is even more anarchic than it is right now. And so I believe that the best solution is diplomacy, not war, to make a point, and to for Ukraine to be giving a little bit in terms of NATO membership, which to me it seems interesting because it didn't seem that Ukraine had a very good chance of entering NATO. it seems like an excuse, more like rather than an actual policy. Maybe the minds of George Bush, but later on it did not. It is, Ukraine itself did not meet the standards of the European Union as well to enter NATO. So it doesn't. The argument that the security of Russia is threatened because of Ukraine joining NATO, which was not, it seems a little bit disingenuous. I will stop here, and I will welcome questions from the audience when you're ready. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Akis. I think you will all agree with me that there is a saying that if everyone is thinking alike, it means no one is thinking. So, but we are very fortunate that we today had different perspectives, different viewpoints on different issues. And with this, we come to the conclusion of the presentation section. Now the question answer session starts. And before that, let me please remind you that we are just running out of time. Please be very precise, very brief, and also make a distinction that you want to make a comment or raise a question. But before that, do introduce yourself. And my last word would be that, what to say that brevity is the soul of witness. So I would request Dr. Tughral Yamin Sahab to take over and run this question answer session as well, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Without further ado, so we begin with Mr. Kamal. Arif, sorry. Beg your pardon. Then we move to Syed Muhammad Ali Sahab. I think.
Question for the panel.
Please come over to the rostrum. It will. So यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं, क्वेश्चन करना चाहेंगे, they are requested to come to the rostrum and make a question and comment, please.
Thank you. A question for the panel. Everyone realizes that great powers need buffer states or spheres of influence. And that is why in Europe you had the examples of Finland and Sweden and Austria. And between the Russian Empire and the British Empire, you had the Anglo-Russian agreement for Afghanistan guaranteeing its neutrality. In the last century, Russia decided to tear up that treaty and invade Afghanistan. And we all know how that ended. The way Dr. Safranchuk described events, it seems that the US was baiting the trap for Russia in Ukraine. And they seem quite willing to fight to the last Ukrainian, like in Afghanistan, they were willing to fight to the last Afghan. Do you think that the Russians have made a miscalculation on this invasion? Thank you.
Anybody who would like to answer that question? I think the American professor did say that the gross miscalculation has been made, but anyhow, anybody who wants to answer this question? Professor from Moscow, from MGIMO, would you like to answer? Dr. Ivan Safranchuk, sir, would you like to answer this question, that Russia has made a miscalculation?
Thank you for this question. I cannot unmute myself. Only organizers may unmute myself, so it takes some time. Sorry for this delay. Thank you for the question. Russia does not see parallels between the 80s and the current between the events in Afghanistan in the 80s and the current events. We see that Western experts use this analogy. They clearly say that they want Ukraine to be a poisoned splinter for Russia. They want Ukraine to be a problem for for Russia. And out of the record or on Chatham House rules basis, when we talk to our Western colleagues, we hear this argument that this may be like Afghanistan. From the Russian perspective, we do not see this this parallel. We think that is very different story, and Russia is not going to occupy the whole territory of Ukraine. That was stated officially, and we do not have ground not to believe that. Russia needs to fix some very concrete objectives. That is recognition of Crimea as part of Russia in this or that form, recognition of independence of the two eastern republics, Lugansk and Donetsk, within the borders they officially, administratively had within Ukraine. Recognition of fixation, some sort of fixation of the Ukrainian neutral status, which implies limitations on foreign troops exercises on the territory of Ukraine. Plus, there are some demands for guarantees for the freedom of Russian language and Russian culture in Ukraine, and for so-called denazification, which means some steps against radical movements, radical right movements in Ukraine. This is all quite concrete. And this does not imply occupation of the whole territory of Ukraine. I think Ukraine a little bit manipulates the issue. They say that if Russia does not withdraw troops before agreements, then it means Russia implies occupation. No, I think Russian troops may stay for a while until all these elements are in place. Because, for example, Ukraine officially says, at least if the President Zelensky is official, then he says, and then this is the official Ukrainian policy, they say that fixing some of these points, for example, changes to the constitution of Ukraine, may take up to a year. And I think that it may be that Russian troops will stay at some places of Ukraine until this process is finished, if it takes so long time by the Ukrainian side.
Thank you very much, Professor. He has come up with 4 very concrete proposals, and I think in the peace negotiations taking place in Turkey right now, also Russia has reduced its objectives. So he is very clear. He's given you 4 concrete proposals: recognition of Crimea, recognition of Eastern republics as independent, recognition of Ukraine as a neutral country, not to join a NATO, demand for Russian culture, language, etc. in Ukraine. And he says that the Russians would not withdraw immediately in the foreseeable future until the entire situation is stabilized. So this is what he's saying. I think fair enough. This is his point of view. Thank you, sir. Muhammad Ali sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Actually, I just want to build on the question just raised by Ambassador Arif. Again, I'll appreciate if Dr. Ivan can briefly respond to it. In the earlier comments as part of your presentation, you listed 3 very profound aspects of this war. You said that the world order is at stake. You said it is motivated by the expansion of NATO. And then there is obviously the domestic politics of Ukraine. So when I compare the realistic gains that you want to make as a direct consequence of this military operation, do you think it is proportionate? And don't you think that while war, no matter how costly or how brutal it could be, is a temporary activity? whereas the cost that the Western world is imposing on Russia by denying it the energy market in Europe might be much more enduring. And lastly, when you expect that your claim over certain parts of the Ukrainian territory should be internationally recognized, again, you'll have to go to the Western dominated UN system. What is the incentive for them to accept that? Thank you.
Again, I think the question is again directed towards the Russian. He says, I am more of a researcher than a professor. So Professor Safranchuk from MGIMO, please.
I will start from the final part of your question. The issue is that Ukraine is demanding international security guarantees as part of the agreement on their neutrality. And because we are talking about package agreement, so neutrality and other issues will be in one document, in one package. It means that these foreigners will also sign under other clauses of the agreement. So if they become security guarantors of neutral Ukraine, and in the same document there is provision for recognition of Crimea in some form, it means that at least those who are security guarantors of the neutral status, they recognize also recognition of Crimea. So that is going to be an international recognition just because the document is going to be a package document. And that is exactly, I think, why Ukraine is trying so hard to manipulate negotiations and to divide baskets into different agreements. But that is, I think, going to be a package. As far as price and benefits, that is a tricky question. Because you are right, the sanctions which are imposed, they, well, we could imagine probably the sanctions, I could imagine as a personal researcher, I would say, well, these sanctions would probably match the level of conflict when Russia occupies all Baltic states and probably is already somewhere in the middle of Poland. Something like that. So sanctions are imposed on the level which is far beyond the level of the conflict. But I would say that for Russia, this picture is not the calculation between benefits and costs. The calculation is that we pay not for achieving the objective goals in this particular crisis. We are paying the price of being sovereign, independent, and having our own right to decide what is our security. We are paying the price for that. And then we know that, look at the decolonization period. You could talk to those who were part of decolonization and say, are you sure that you are ready to pay that big price for decolonization? We are paying the price for being independent. And from this perspective, the price is acceptable. And by the way, I would also say, I repeat actually what I said before, the sanctions we face now are not just the price for this local military situation. With these sanctions, the situation shifted from geopolitical conflict to global geoeconomic conflict. It's not anymore the price for that local Ukrainian conflict. We are in already absolutely different dimension. So with all that, I'm just trying to say that from the Russian perspective, the cost and benefit calculus, as you put it, does not exist.
So the price is acceptable, Muhammad Ali साहब. Sir, आप जो सवाल करना चाहते हैं यहाँ के कर दिए. मुझे आपका सॉरी नाम नहीं पता.
Sir, actually, geopolitics or nation, this is one of the biggest success for any nation state that they should maintain geopolitics, balance between geopolitics and the economics. Russia hasn't been, as it has been said, that it was a miscalculation. That means it was lured. If it was lured, then the global balance of economy will depend upon how long the Russians or how long this war prolongs. Do Russians have any calculations when it is going to end? Because if it is a provocation, it is not going to end. It will globally affect the economy, as it has already done. If there is no plan, then obviously we are going into a disaster. What is the Russian plan of making it a sustainable end to the war, or it is going to continue? Thank you, Dr. Ivan.
Shukriya bahut, Professor Safranchuk. Any exit policy, any timeline, any deadline? You said the forces are not going to withdraw as of today or as of even in a few years. So can you comment on it, please?
Yes, I would come back to what I said. I didn't say that they are not going to withdraw within years. I said that the Ukrainian side says that it will take them around a year to make necessary internal steps to make changes for, into constitution, for example, to put the neutrality as a constitutional clause. They say it will take them that long because of internal procedures. And I think that at least some of troops will stay on the Ukraine. Once again, that I think maybe the official position will be different, but I think at least some troops will stay until the agreements, if they are reached, are implemented. How long it will take, it actually depends on Ukraine. How long it will take them to implement agreements, because they clearly say the story does not stop with signing. They say they want referendum, they want constitutional reform, and all that takes time. As to the very question, exit strategy, Russian exit strategy is negotiations, and I applaud the Russian negotiating team, which engaged in negotiations with the Ukrainian side. It is very clear that the Ukrainian side was manipulating negotiations. They were not negotiating with goodwill. They were using negotiations as a pretext to say that Russia is demanding too much and withdraw from negotiations. But Russian professionals engaged them in detailed discussions. They divided the agenda into several baskets. They formed working groups on each basket. Look at this. Look at the pictures of negotiations. You have many pictures from negotiations from the table where Russians and Ukrainians sit. Look at Russians. Russians have papers. Russians have files, various sheets with something. Look at how the Ukrainian side sits at the negotiations. They sit either just with their phones and chat mostly, or they at best have a pen and a small notepad. It's clear who has detailed positions and who is just sitting and talking and trying to win time. Look just at those pictures from negotiations, how the Russian side sits with various stuff in front of them. With it's clear that they have some papers and prepared positions, and with what the Ukrainian side is sitting at the table. In particular, when we have pictures from the video conferences. The Ukrainian side at these video stages of negotiations, they just sit at empty tables, just with phones and just talking. It's very clear who manipulated negotiations, who was just trying to win time at negotiations. So the Russian exit strategy is negotiations. The Ukrainian strategy is to deny. It's very traditional strategy for a small country to deny the victory, to increase the price, and they self-impose or they accept the role the West prescribes to them. That is the role, I repeat, of geopolitical shahid. Suffer, suffer, and suffer. You suffer, Russia suffers. And then probably Russia will make concessions as they think. And while you suffer, we have the pretext, the West thinks, to impose drastic sanctions on Russia. So the exit strategy is negotiations. But whether it works or not very much depends on the Ukrainian side. You also said again about miscalculation. I want to repeat again. It's not geopolitical conflict anymore. The price Russia is forced with is not the price for the geopolitical conflict. It is a shift of the conflict to the global geo-economic level. And we are pushed to make the choice between security, our own interpretation of our own security, and development. We are pushed with that choice very clearly. Either be yourself and poor, or have the chance to be rich, but forget who you are. And Russia is not going to accept that choice. It is about this. It's not about the price for the Ukrainian stage of the geopolitical conflict. That is absolutely different dimension. And in this dimension, the calculus of price and benefits is different.
Thank you very much, Professor. It seems that most of the questions are directed towards you for obvious reasons. Russia attacked Ukraine, and I think if you attack a sovereign country, their justification is always difficult. You might be right, absolutely. I have no right to question your country's motive in doing so. I have three questions from the virtual members who are attending this conference, and my colleague sitting on the left-hand side tells me that two of the panelists have had didn't get an opportunity to answer, so they are at liberty to answer. But I think that the questions are again pointed towards our Russian colleague. There's one question by Muhammad Tariq, University of Sabi. He says that was invasion and war the only option left with Russia? Has Russia made another mistake of invading a country just as it did in case of Afghanistan? And is the invasion based on miscalculation as it did in Afghanistan? I think this question has been answered a number of times. Afghanistan, graveyard of empires. Russians miscalculated, Soviets miscalculated, and so did the US. And there's another question by Mr. Shah from the University of Peshawar. He says, what is the Russian justification for using force against Ukraine? I think that has also been answered quite eloquently by our Russian colleague. The third question is from Dr. Olena Bordilovska. I hope I've pronounced her name correctly. She is the second secretary of Ukraine Embassy. She says countries like Ukraine and Georgia have been pushed to join NATO by the West. At the same time, it was unclear signal from NATO that there's no chance for Ukraine to join in the nearest future. Where is the logic? Why Russia was so worried about it? Should I go to the Russian colleague, or should I ask Dr. Khurram Iqbal? Or
I would happily forego my privilege to respond. So I think Professor Ivan is rightly placed.
So I think you are in the spotlight, Professor Safranchuk. Sorry, Professor Kalaitzidis, everybody wants the Russian to answer the question.
No problem.
So over to you, sir. Sir, this last question, I think you must have answered it a number of times, but again, you are requested to please answer it. Dr. Olena Bordilovska's, what was the logic of Russia attacking? You might have answered this question, but since it's coming from a diplomat, I'll ask you to answer it again, please.
The question is diplomatically elegant, but as a researcher, I lack the substance of the question. So what is actually the question? I said that Ukraine and Georgia were pushed toward NATO. And that is my interpretation of what was going on in the second half of 2000 years. At the same time, some countries inside NATO were resisting such push, but not very actively, because in the end, when it comes to yes and no, Europeans may provide various views, but when it comes to very blunt question from the United States, yes or no, Europeans always say yes. That's why even if some Europeans did not want to push Ukraine and Georgia into NATO, they said yes to the United States. Then the question, the only logic I can see in the question, the only substance, why that bothers Russia at all? Forget about it. Maybe you may have rockets, you may have tanks right at your territory. Or next to your territory, but that is not your territory. It stands maybe a few meters from your territory. You have rockets which can reach your capital within minutes, but it's still outside of your country. Why should you care? It's not your problem. That is absolutely hypocritical approach. It does not work this way in this world. The United States invaded Iraq with the strategy, not even preemptive strategy, but if you remember the language of that time, it was preemption, meaning that we think that even if our enemy has intention against us, but doesn't have capacity, we should find to deny the capacity matching the intention. So that is a fight against intention, even if there is no capacity. And this is the difference between preemption and prevention. So that worked that time for the United States. I want to remind you what happened last December, because many of our Western colleagues say, forget about Iraq. It was long ago. We, behind closed doors, admit that that was a mistake. Just forget about it. Let us turn the page. Okay, even if we agree to that, look at what happened last December. After Russia presented security proposals to the United States and NATO, there were rumors that Russia may make some military activity in Cuba. In the expert community, there were rumors that Russia may move some military infrastructure to Cuba. What was immediate response from the US State Department, from the US military? The response was, we will not tolerate it. Just do not even think about it. We will not tolerate it. We will have a very drastic response to that. We will not leave it unanswered. Then, if it is a universal rule that you can do whatever with military activity, even very close to the borders of other countries, that is sovereign right, then why the United States deny even hypothetically, they deny the freedom of Cuba, I don't know, to station Russian rockets close to the American territory? Why that logic is not applied to the United States? And I come to the very essence to which I come again and again. What is happening to Russia is not punishment for the conflict in Ukraine per se. It is actually the global demonstration that never dare to do what the United States have the right to do. That is about it. We tell you what is your security. We tell you what interests you may have, and you have these interests. If you want to interpret your interests in your own way, if you want to interpret your security in your own way, forget about it. You will not have the right for that. So that is the story. I think Russia would accept actually NATO enlargement and would accept the logic that, okay, Georgia and Ukraine are sovereign states. they join, and we should not take it as a threat, if that logic would be applied in other places of the world as well. If that logic would be applied to Venezuela, to Cuba, to Iraq, to Syria, to Libya, but we don't have that. And then Russia takes that argument not as a serious argument, but just as a propagandic blah, 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 which is in essence the policy to keep us satellites and to keep us subordinates of the US interpretation of security and global order. And Russia does not agree to that. That's a very simple story from my perspective.
Thank you very much. A number of times that we have run out of time. So I think it was a very, very interesting conversation. Sorry? So, Professor
I ask you to give what to our American colleague, because I think that all views should be presented.
I wouldn't disagree with the formation of the global context from America. America is the one who paid for it and did it. And so they're the ones who decide a large part of it. But I think your analysis fails to, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but it fails to give agency to the people of Georgia and the people of Ukraine. And I think that's why I said earlier that it was a miscalculation by the Russian leadership to invade Ukraine, because they didn't think the people had a say. And to me, an outsider who has no policy access, and just a professor in a small university, it seems to me that Euromaidan should have given an idea to the leadership of the intentions of the public. You know, the analysis just does not form around the people's choice. And the people's choice is clearly to be part of the liberal Europe.
No, there is no such, look, that is, we do not have enough ground to say that. We do not know what is the choice of people. When Poroshenko put the constitutional clause in constitution, he put the item that Ukraine wants to join or tries to join NATO. There was no referendum on that. No referendum on that. Mm-hmm. Now Zelensky says, to have the status of neutrality, we need referendum. When they imposed the constitutional clause for joining NATO, they had no referendum. We don't know what the people think about it. We absolutely do not know. We see now what people think in Georgia. That is openly clear in free and fair elections in Georgia. People are in favor of neutrality of Georgia.
To you, Doctor. My apologies to you, Dr. Ivan. I think we have to agree that let's agree to disagree. Everyone has got a viewpoint, but unfortunately we are just running out of time. Soon we have to have the second session as well. So now may I request Honorable Dr. Tughral Yamin to give his concluding remarks as chair of this session. Dr. Tughral Yamin, please.
I'm sorry, but the moderator does not allow the discussion to continue. It was a very, very interesting discussion, and many interesting points came up. From whatever is happening in Ukraine, Pakistan finds itself in a very odd place. Today, in the morning newspaper, Dawn, the Ukrainian ambassador, I wonder if you've read this. Sir, have you read this letter to the editor? The Ukrainian ambassador. Sir, have you read it? There's a letter. Neutrality is not always a fair act, and it is signed by Markian Chuchuk, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Ukraine to the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. And he's arguing that Pakistan cannot sit silent if children are being killed. Very true, sir. Pakistan should not sit silent. But my question to the world at large is, why are we sitting silent when Kashmiris are being killed, raped, dispossessed of their rights? I don't know. I am all, in the morning I had a conversation with my wife. I said, whose side are you on? She said, I'm on the side of Ukraine because somebody's attacked Ukraine. But I am not on the side of Ukraine because America is supporting it. So that is Pakistan's contrary, I think. She's not a diplomat. She's not a international relations expert. And our prime minister has spoken to the Ukrainian president yesterday, Mr. Zelensky, and he said Pakistan can play a role in bringing about some kind of conflict resolution. I hope he was not being over optimistic. I think there's hardly anything to say. All the speakers were very eloquent. They brought across the point very in a very succinct. Thank you very much for inviting me to be the chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your very patient audience. I really apologize to everyone and all of, I mean, if there is anyone who wanted to raise a question or make a comment but couldn't get a chance, we are just running out of time because the next session was proposed to commence at 11:30. We are already 15 minutes late by 15 minutes. Now we have a short tea break and we will regather here at 12 noon, inshallah, for the next session. So, before we discuss, my very special thanks to honorable speakers, Dr. Khurram Iqbal, Dr. Akis, Dr. Ivan, and also Dr. Tughral Yamin for chairing this session, and Dr. Ambassador Abrar for his comments. Now, there is a small distribution ceremony. May I request Chairman IPS, Honorable Khalid Rahman Saab, for the group photo, and then he would also present the latest publications of IPS to the honorable speaker of this session. So thank you so much again for your participation, and please do join us in the next session as well. We would regather here at 12 noon, inshallah. editor of IPS journal, Policy Perspective. And then we have an honorable speaker from China, Professor Dr. Zhang Jiegen. He is Associate Professor, Center for South Asian Studies, Fudan University, China. He is also a member of the Arms Control Program at the Center for American Studies at Fudan University and Program on Strategic Stability Evaluation at the Ministry of Institute of International Studies. Then we are also joined by Dr. Asma Khawaja. She was previously the head of Department of Strategic Studies, Defense and Strategic Studies, NDU. And finally, we have Ambassador retired Khalid Masood Saab. He is a well-known figure in Islamabad and all abroad as well. He has served in China. And finally, we have Dr. Muhammad Ali. Dr. Muhammad Ali is a well-known speaker, author, and he would be wrapping up the proceedings of this session. So to begin with, let me re-emphasize that this session is basically dedicated to understand and examine the position of China taken on the issue. How does the government of China, the people of China look at this issue? What are their stakes involved in this crisis? And also what are the opportunities available to them to emerge as a world power? To begin with, may I request Honorable Professor Dr. Zhang Jiegen to give his presentation, and he will be speaking on China and the war in its neighborhood, challenges and opportunities. Over to you, Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang, can you hear me, please?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me to attend this important seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This is Dr. Jiegen from Fudan University, Pakistan Study Center. So my topic here is given by IPS. It's about the challenges and the opportunities from the Russian-Ukraine war for China. But for me, from my perspective, so I have to say that this war is mainly challenges and much more than the opportunities for China. So my presentation here will be divided into 3 sessions. So first part, I will answer why is the challenges much more than opportunities. The second part of my presentation is focus on the major challenges for China facing now after the Russia-Ukraine war. And then after that, I will talk a little about China's response and policy for this crisis or for this war. First of all, we needed to answer the questions for the Russian-Ukraine war is challenges or opportunities for China. So my perspective, though I think some people in China think that the Russian-Ukraine war can bring opportunities for China. My personal perspective is that this will bring much more challenges for China. As many analysts pointed out, the Russian-Ukraine war will shake our world as much as 9/11. But I think that this war is much different from 9/11. First, I think is that after 9/11. The war is on terrorism. The major power at that time is the major power. They have a coordinative relations. China also stand by the side of the United States. But this time, the great power competition is the same. So United States try to shape the 2 blocks and push China to the blocks with Russia. So this is very different from 9/11. And another difference, I think, is that before 9/11, we know that China, the globalization is still going on, and after 9/11, the globalization still going on. And after 9/11, we know that on December 1st, China was received as a former member of WTO, and after that, China, we think that China get an important period of strategic opportunity. That's also our China officially declared for this period. But at this time, when before the Russian-Ukraine war happened, I think that the United States have launched the trade war with China, and this is still going on. And the United States trying to decouple with China, and the major power competition is the theme of this area. So that's the international circumstances have changed greatly. So at this time, I think that also because of the COVID-19 issue, so I think that the war, to any extent, the war is a tragedy, and also it brings much more challenges for all of us, especially for China, I think. So my second point is about the challenges which China is facing now after the war. The first, I think, is that the war brings great changes for the international order. So after the war, I think that we witnessed the deglobalization, because as our speakers in the first session mentioned a lot about the United States and Russia. They are using the economic tool like the financial system, energy issue to weaponize as a weapon to be against each other. I think that will be a great problem for the globalization, and this time, and this have shaken the international order, international very much. And also at this time, I think that for China government, we always mention that we are developing in the era of peace, of development and development. This is the two principal theme of our times. But after the war, perhaps this judgment perhaps is challenged now, is challenged by the war. So it's still the peace and development are the theme of our area. I think that our scholars and experts in China is thinking about this topic. So, and that means that what China now is thinking about the changing international order. We have how to changing international orders challenge for our for foreign policy circumstances. This is the first challenge, I think. The second one is challenge is that the economic challenge. I would like to say the geo-economic challenge before the geo-security challenge is because because of this war, the regional supply chains, capital outflow from China, not only from Russia, and even we are also being influenced from China, and the energy crisis like that. But I will focus more on the geo-economic challenges for China, US, Europe triangle relations. When we talk about the geo-security triangle, I think that in the world today is mainly, perhaps we mainly talk about China, Russia, United States triangular relations. But it comes to the economic issue, and especially the science and the technology issue. Perhaps we need to focus more on United States, China, and Europe. But because of the trade war between United States and China, the United States government is trying to decouple China with the United States, and even China with the West. So, okay. So I think that because after the Ukraine Russian-Ukraine war, I think that the people from United States and even for the other Western countries, they mainly think that China and Russia are on the same side. So that I think that hurts China's reputation internationally very much. And if the United States still want to decouple China with the West, I think that perhaps the United States will get more orders from the Western countries. So this is the bigger challenge for China. The third one is that the geosecurity challenge. I think that because that China has a comprehensive strategic partnership of coordination with the relationship with Russia. So after this war, I think that it will bring two important influence for China. This will be the two challenges here. Number one, I think that after the war, I think that Russia will be weakened definitely. That I mean here that a weakened Russia is not the benefits for China. I think that I think that a stable Russia and a strong, powerful Russia is the interest for this coordinative strategic partnership. That's the first. I think that the second, the number two geosecurity challenge is that in the short term, perhaps the United States focus on Europe, give some draw much attention from United States. That he has to focus on the west focus on the Europe and transfer his focus in the Indo-Pacific. But in the long run, I think that there is a lot of geosecurity challenge for China. Number one, I think is that after this war, I think that we can see a stronger NATO. The NATO, I think that is you want to develop is have its influence not just on Europe in Europe, and not just for the transatlantic relations, but also now we can say in the past 20 years that NATO have already come to Asia, come to perhaps in the future to the Indo-Pacific. So that's NATO, a stronger NATO is not a good news for China. Number two, I think that is more the West, perhaps after this war, the West will be much more united and solidarity, well, perhaps blocks, perhaps in the Indo-Pacific, because that even the much stronger partner in Europe, they still have to depend on the United States and depend on NATO. So when the Indo-Pacific partnership of the United States or alliance of the United States, when they view China, perhaps they view China as a threat, that means they perhaps will depend on the United States much more and even much more than the European countries. So that's the second, the number two geostrategic security challenge. The number three, I think, that is the major powers will turn into geosecurity focus much more. Though, because perhaps we can depart the world countries into three kinds of countries. Perhaps the first one, I think, is that we mainly focus on trade and economic issue, like Germany, like Japan. The second kind of perhaps like China and the United States, so perhaps they focus on geosecurity and geoeconomy at the same time. But for the third kind of countries like Russia, Iran, perhaps North NDPR, perhaps they focus more on the geosecurity issue. But after this war, I think that the traditional economic power, like Germany and even European Union, they will also transfer to geosecurity, and this will also have influence on the countries, on the powers in Indo-Pacific, in Asia. Perhaps like Japan, perhaps we will focus more on the geosecurity issue. So this also will means the challenges for China. And the number four, I think that is the nuclear proliferation, because we think that a great lesson for Ukraine, perhaps other countries can draw for that lesson, that if Ukraine didn't forgive its nuclear powers, nuclear weapons in the 1990s, perhaps though the Ukraine gets the security guarantee from the major powers, but this war proved that this kind of guarantee is nonsense. So that some medium power or small powers, perhaps we also look after, perhaps pursue their nuclear weapons. This will also perhaps happen in the neighborhood of China. So it's also a challenge. So number 5, I think our first speaker today talked a little about this extremism. Perhaps if the Ukraine becomes the next Afghanistan for Russia, so the foreign fighters there, they have the flag of jihad like that. Coming out of that, they will transfer to the terrorists. Yeah, there is highly possible, and especially if the United States or some West countries use them as the tool to be to pursue their strategic interest. So this is the third challenge I mentioned. The last challenges I think is that, of course, the challenges for China's neighborhood diplomacy and the BRI, because China's diplomacy, I think here now is focused on the geosecurity, economic cooperation. Especially we have the BRI now, but this kind of war happened. I think that the peace and development area is not so stable like before. That means in the future, perhaps for us to have this kind of cooperation with our neighbor countries and even some other countries, I think that is more difficult in the future. So this the major challenges I just talk about. So we'll come to the third part of my presentation, is that for China's response and policy. So after this war, of course, this war is still going on. So we need to think about the war after the war. So what in the war and after the war. So the first, I think, is that China we want to play a more active role in shaping the new world order, because though we are required to be a neutral role in this war, but in fact, China is still draw a lot of attention, especially from the United States and the Western countries. So which kind of role China can play? So we are also thinking about this. So how to play an active and positive role in shaping the world order? I think that we needed to do several things. The first one, I think, is that China needed to think about the triangular relations between United States, Russia, and China clearly and in depth, because we still treasure the comprehensive strategic partnership of coordination with Russia. We still treasure this, but as our ambassador to United States, Mr. Qin Gang, said, our friendship with Russia is unlimited, but we still have our principle. So under this principle, as we can find the cooperative area with the United States. This is the first, I think, is so important for China to think about. The second, I think, is that because I just mentioned is that the economic challenges for China. So it's time for China to think again with its relations with the European countries. So because though the United States, the European countries, European Union and the European countries is dependent on United States and NATO much more than before, but at the same time, I think that these countries, they also think about their they needed to have more strategic autonomy in today. So this is the opportunity for China to push to move forward for the cooperation with the European countries, especially in the economic and science and technology field. This second, I think, is we are thinking about. And the third, as is very important for China to reschedule, is neighborhood countries, neighborhood policy. Because we have the BRI, we have the lots of cooperation in the world. But when we look around our neighborhood, I think that this kind of war, Russia-Ukraine war, this kind of war is also possible happened in other areas. And this is really a huge challenge for China. So the stable neighborhood and the developing neighborhood is very important for China. So I think that in the next step for China's cooperation with other countries is still focus more perhaps on our neighborhood. Okay, I think I should stop here. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Dr. Jiegen, thank you so much for such a fascinating presentation. I think you have been quite successful in listing the challenges which China is facing now because of the ongoing war in its backyard. But I hope during the question answer session, many more dimensions of the issues will be discussed, and different speakers would share their insight on them as well. We will continue discussing the Chinese position on the issue, but meanwhile, we are making a small digression. And now you see the role and the position of India in this conflict is also very important. Because Indians are being pressurized from the Western Bloc to support Ukraine, support Western Bloc, but they are sitting on the fence, I must say. So to understand the Indian position on the issue, we have an honorable speaker, Dr. Asma Khawaja. She would be speaking on India and the Ukraine crisis, immediate challenges versus long-term implications. Dr. Asma Khawaja is the former head of Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, ND University. And she is a well-known commentator, writer, a scholar, and have contributed immensely on Kashmir issue in particular. So, Dr. Asma Khawaja, you are most welcome to give your presentation on the issue. Over to you, please.
Everyone. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, please.
Yeah. Bismillah Rahmanir Rahim. As you know, my topic is to discuss India's Ukraine policy and what challenges it brings for India. So if we see the trends in India's foreign policy, one of the most prominent trend is the non-alignment foreign policy. India, since its inception, India pretends to follow a non-alignment policy, and they try to achieve maximum interest through making or safeguarding their position of neutrality. However, this Ukraine crisis creates a tricky and challenging situation for India, and during the course of my comments, we will try to understand that how and why the situation is tricky. So if we briefly see that what efforts India committed to create a balance in its Ukraine's policy. So first of all,
Dr. Asma, can you please hold on for a while? We can't hear you. We are just fixing the issue.
Am I audible?
Now you are. Please go ahead.
So the immediate reaction.
Could you please stop for a while?
Sorry. These are the problems of cyber world and how when we try to connect on through internet. Anyways, immediate reaction of India was to restrain and stay neutral and focus on ensuring safety of its nationals in Ukraine. So that was the immediate interest of India, and they try to portray themselves as neutral. But later on, right after a few hours of the war started, Indian Prime Minister Modi called Mr. Putin and urged him to cease violence and emphasize on diplomacy and dialogue. And since then, Modi has called thrice, has made a call to Putin thrice. Meanwhile, Modi also called the Ukrainian president and expressed his concern over the loss of innocent lives, but did not criticize Russia in any case. Since then, Modi has called Ukrainian president twice at least. And then India chose to remain abstained during UN resolutions on the same issue or on Ukraine crisis. We have to understand, and this is an important fact to be shared, that according to SIPRI, from 2017 to 2021, Russia's share of Indian defense imports is 46%, and India received 28% of Russian defense exports. So this is how India and Russia are tied together in mutually beneficial relationship when it comes to defense cooperation. However, we should remember that India and Russia are strategic partners just like US and India. India and Russia support multipolar balance of power in Eurasia, and they don't want, both of them don't want more empowerment of NATO in any case. Indian military development, technological development in military, or basically that relies on Russian support and Russian technology. For example, both states signed a deal of US dollars 5.43 billion for the S-400 air defense system. Defense cooperation between both countries is fundamental for India to counter China or India's ambitions to present itself as a counterweight to China in front of the West. Under Modi, India is evolving as illiberal and ethno-nationalist democracy. So therefore, liberal democracy as per Western standards is not a problem of India in any case. Europe can be a distant friend, but Russia is an immediate friend and neighbor for India. And if we see, later on I will discuss it as well, Indian strategic thinking, a close neighbor friend is more important for them than a distant friend. So India has, as I told you earlier, but India, interestingly, not only with Russia, but India has very mutually beneficial and cordial relationship with Ukraine as well. And Ukraine provides technological support to India. For example, Indian Navy warships are dependent on Ukrainian gas turbines. India also provided 90 tons of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. Therefore, and moreover, 24% of international students studying in Ukraine are Indian. So 24% international students in Ukraine are Indian, and recently India, with the help of Ukrainian government, India evacuated 2,250 Indians from Ukraine. Then we have to understand that spike in energy prices is harmful for Indian economy, and that is one of the most important tangible or intangible challenge and concern of India. Then again, if we see the history, during the Crimean crisis in 2014, India termed Russian stance as the legitimate interest of Russia. So in 2014, somehow India managed to balance or remain or to follow a balanced foreign policy. And then when we see China, as the earlier speaker also said, China is more supportive of Russia in Ukraine crisis than India. And it also termed Russian security concerns as legitimate concerns. India manages, however, to remain more neutral than China in Ukraine crisis. However, there would be a strategic consequence for India if Russia and China would come closer as the result of Ukraine crisis, because both of them, they don't want NATO's expansion in any case, and NATO coming closer to their borders. According to Jay Shankar, Indian minister, he stated it in the Indian parliament that Indian position on Ukraine crisis is based on 6 principles: end of violence, dialogue, diplomacy, respect for territorial integrity, and status quo of global order. However, being a student of strategic studies, it is really amusing for me to see that what India suggests to Russia and Ukraine, India doesn't follow the same 6 principles in South Asia as well. And all of its South Asian policy is based on questioning and violating the sovereignty of the South Asian states. India further supports bilateral negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. This is very interesting that whenever India emphasized on negotiations between the two actors in the conflict, India never talked about third-party intervention. So we need to understand that Indian strategic thought focuses a lot on strategic proximity. And India has strategic proximity, whether it is tangible or intangible, with Russia. And then India has a history of Russia supporting India on several challenging times of its history. So now there are few points to ponder for India when they try to maintain the neutrality. What if Russia diverts its arms exports to the Ukraine war and making it harder for India to procure Russian equipments? This is really very important concerns of Indian strategists as well, that if the Ukraine war is not ceased and it continues, then how India would deal with its military and defense requirements, because then Russia may focus on fueling or utilizing its defense resources in Ukraine war. If Russian military supplies and technology transfers to India were halted without matching supplies from the West, then what about the Indian dream of balancing China? And most probably that dream would become a nightmare if there would be a halt in Russian military and defense supplies to India. Then international sanctions on Russia would hurt Indian interests, as they will affect their bilateral cooperation. For example, exports of S-400 missiles, leaning of Akula class submarines, manufacturing of 8203 rifles, and exports of BrahMos missile. So what about all these ongoing defense deals between the both countries? However, we cannot, and being Pakistani, we should not ignore the fact that between 2017 to 2021, the USA is the third largest defense supplier to India, with 12% of market share. So how to balance in this situation when India has its economic progress, its regional strategic position, and its military development on stake? How India would really balance, and what would be the options for India? And can India balance, and what they should think? So I foresee following challenges for India in this above mentioned discussed scenario. Number one challenge is the diversification of its defense dependence. And as all of us know, the diversification needs policies, diversification needs time, and diversification needs to look for new partners, which is not something which India can resolve immediately. So India's massive defense dependence on Russia has created problem. And in terms of security, security analysts, we believe that any country should not depend on one country to meet its requirements. The dependence should always be diversified. Then what if India would be pushed towards Western camp? Because when we see the regional interest, except containment of China and challenging the rise of China, there is no such common interest exists between the West and India. So which would convince Indian public and policymakers and strategic designs that Western camp is an affordable option for them. What if they would be under this scenario of mutually beneficial cooperation between Russia and India? What if India would be pushed towards Russian camp? That would also make India not a conducive, reliable partner of the West to counter China and to contain Chinese rise. So how India would manage that? And when we see the statements of US officials and some gestures of Russian government, they both are, the West and Russia both are not happy with the Indian neutrality and India's neutral stance, as it is not serving their interests. Then how India would manage to seek benefits from both camps? And right now, the way Ukraine crisis is evolving, it appears to be difficult for India, that India would be able, while following the same old policy of neutrality, India would be able to fetch maximum benefits from both of the camps. How India would satisfy its defense development, its technological development, when and if the military modernization would be slowed down because of the existing crisis. As we know, Indian technology or technological advancement is already questionable, and there is a big question mark on the credibility of Indian military technology. So how India would cope with another challenge or crisis of slowing down and slow pace of that military modernization. Then ideally, if Modi would be mentality. So if Modi would be more wiser, India could be a peace broker in this crisis. India could have used its influence or its relationship with Russia and the West to broker peace. But unfortunately,
Dr. Asma, may you please wind up?
The trend of Modi regime is promote short-term goals while ignoring the long-term benefits also manifests in Modi's policy, and India did not even emerge as a peace broker. If India would have emerged as a peace broker, that would bring more strategic depth for India, strategic significance, strategic relevance with the West and Russia, and definitely India's position in the international security and world politics would be enhanced. But thanks to Mr. Modi, India did not, or India is unable to even achieve this situation. Then India's this situation or this crisis is highlighted again, and though it has been highlighted several times earlier, India's inability to achieve the dream.
Dr. Asma, my apologies for the interruption, but the issue is that you are not.
I'm sure the West would go.
No, you're not audible anymore. That's why we are having an issue.
Then effects on it would definitely affect the Western policy, US policy, to utilize India to counter China, and that is something which is also allowing for the West the China-Russia cooperation or China-Russia coming together because of the commonality of certain. Just
apologies to you again. My apologies to you again. We have to move to the next speaker because of the audio issue. But and then you have been quite brilliant to spotlight the issue, especially the implications and consequences of Indian dependence on Russia, so far as its military tries are concerned. My apologies to you. We have to cut you here. Okay.
Hello?
So
Can you hear me? Am I audible?
there is a lot of distortion. So if you could please wind up, I mean, it's pretty difficult to hear you properly.
Shafa, am I audible?
Yes, a little bit now. So would you allow us to move on? Right. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are getting back to the China question. Our next speaker is Ambassador retired Masood Khalid. He was in law. Our next speaker is Ambassador retired Masood Khalid. He has been the longest serving ambassador of Pakistan to China, a career diplomat. Ambassador Masood Khalid joined the Foreign Service of Pakistan in 1979. In 2013, he was appointed as the ambassador of Pakistan to China. And during this period, he made invaluable contribution to strengthening of Pakistan-China relations. During his tenure, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, popularly known as CPEC, was conceived, launched, and consolidated. Ambassador Khalid Masood Saab would be speaking on Ukraine crisis, a closer look at China's reaction and possible role in creating a new world order. So may I request you to please share your thoughts on this issue. So would you like to, as you like, please. Ambassador Khalid Masood Saab, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Ni hao to our old friend, Mr. Zhang. Good to see you. Well, first of all, let me thank the Institute of Policy Studies for this kind invitation to me. I'm no expert on Russia or Ukraine. I've never served there, but nevertheless, I would like to. And there is an audience which is much more knowledgeable and informed on this issue. I benefited from the interventions this morning. But nevertheless, I would like to share my thoughts with this distinguished audience here and try to stick to the mandate which has been given to me in terms of the themes or the sub-themes. So, and I'll try to finish it in 15, 20 minutes. So first of all, let's talk about China's position on the crisis. Now, I would like to share with you 5 points which were made by the State Councillor and Foreign Minister of China, Mr. Wang Yi, on 26 February, after the crisis erupted. Number one, and I'm sure that you are broadly aware, but I thought that is important to contextualize the talk and give you a background of what China's thinking is. Number one, China supports the territorial integrity and sovereignty of all its states, including Ukraine, and the principles of the UN Charter. Number two, China believes that the legitimate security concerns of all countries should be respected.
Number 3, China does not wish to see the current situation in Ukraine to continue and calls for restraint by all parties and the dialogue to resolve the issue. Number 4, China supports a diplomatic solution and peaceful settlement of the crisis, but acknowledges, and this is important, that the Ukraine issue has a complex historical context. Number 5, China does not support the use of force or sanctions, unilateral sanctions. China opposes American and EU sanctions while avoiding to refer to Russian attack as an invasion. China contends that the unilateral sanctions have no basis in international law and that they create more problems and impede the political settlement of conflicts, apart from worsening people's livelihoods. In his conversation with President Biden on 18th March, President Xi Jinping told him that indiscriminate sanctions would not only make people suffer, but in the long run will trigger serious crisis in global economy and trade, finance, energy, food and industrial supply chains, crippling the already fragile world economy affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokespersons have been critical of the US for stoking up war hysteria and what they call pouring oil on the flames. China has regarded the, I think, 8 waves of NATO expansion eastward as, quote, undermining Russia's security. On 26 February, in the UN Security Council resolution, China abstained from condemning Russia, but it did not exercise its veto. China's opposition to NATO's eastward expansion is also explained by its wariness over the American ingress in the Indo-Pacific region under Quad and AUKUS security alliances. This has been referred to by the earlier speakers also. For China, Russia is not only a strategic partner, and these ties have been reinforced after President Putin's visit to Beijing for the Winter Olympics, whereby, and this was a very important communique which was issued after the visit, whereby the two sides affirmed that there were no areas which were beyond limits as far as their cooperation was concerned. So this is very important. I think it was a 6,000 words joint statement which was issued. And there was a lot of commentary, especially in the West, on the implications of this statement. Now, we should also remember that Russia is a member of the BRICS and SCO, and China is hosting the BRICS summit later this year. And Wang Yi's recent visit to India, among other issues, among other matters, was also in that context, because China wants to host this summit successfully. So, and it is also significant that other BRICS members, such as South Africa, India, and Brazil, have also not joined in applying any sanctions against Russia. Now, what are China's interests in the region? Of course, China has a difficult balancing act to perform in the current crisis, as it has not only close relations with Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, but also with the European Union, which is an important trading and investment partner. I think EU was the first largest, trading partner, but I think now it has been overtaken by ASEAN, if I'm not wrong. But it is still one of the most important trading partners of China. Russia-China trade was about 146 billion last year. This is important. More than half of which was energy. China and Russia are engaged in massive pipeline projects through Siberia. And it's, I think, a 30-year deal. 16% of China's crude oil imports and 9% of its gas imports come from Russia. China imports more than 10 million barrels of oil per day. So if the price of oil surges, of course, this will affect the Chinese economy, and its projected GDP growth rate of 5.5 this year will be affected. China also imports wheat and grains, sunflower oil from Russia and Ukraine, and the supply of these commodities may also be affected due to the ongoing conflict. On the strategic plane, in recent years, as I said before, China and Russia have forged a strong security partnership to cope with the challenge posed by the US containment strategy. And this containment strategy is not only aimed at China. Russia is also a revisionist power as far as the United States is concerned. President Xi Jinping and President Putin have, I think, met about 40 times or maybe more in recent years. And President Xi Jinping describes President Putin as a very dear or as a very close friend. So these kind of utterances on the part of Chinese leaders are rare. Both have demonstrated their convergence and unity against the American pressures. Both countries hold robust military exercises, cooperate in intelligence sharing and in countering terrorism, and Russia supplies military equipment to China as well. Basically, they have come together to weaken and dilute the US influence in various potential war zones and conflict-prone theaters. China would certainly not like to weaken its partnership with Russia. This is important, despite this conflict, due to menacing US strategy to contain her. Secondly, Russia is also extremely important for China due to its BRI project. And I think Professor Zhang mentioned, because connectivity routes of BRI pass through Central Asia and to Europe through Central Asia. And you know, and of course there is this Trans-Siberian Railway and other connectivity projects. And Central Asian importance for Russia is well known to all of us. So any strain or any tiff in relations with Russia can impede China's growing economic and financial footprint in these regions. Therefore, China and Russia are trying to find a commonality of interest in BRI and the Russian-sponsored Eurasian Economic Union. They are in discussion. When this project was when this initiative was launched by Russia, initially there were some reservations in China on the Russian project, but now I think they are trying to find a common ground. Now, there's a big question which has been raised, especially by Western analysts, whether China was caught by surprise with Russian invasion, as the impression is that President Putin took advantage of his visit to Beijing during the Winter Olympics. Now, this is, of course, I leave it to your imagination whether China was informed by President Putin before the invasion. Now, what are the limits of China-Russia nexus? China's stance has, of course, unnerved the Europeans, who are under huge pressure from the United States to downgrade their ties with Russia. And the Singapore diplomat his name is Bilahari Kausrikan. He remarked, and I quote, and this is important, so I thought I'll share it with you. The quote is that China does not have any other partner of the same strategic weight as Russia, who shares its distrust of the current international order, unquote. China would also not like to take any steps which would undermine the power base of President Putin. This is important. In multilateral forums, Russia and China often act in sync on issues like Syria, Libya, Afghanistan, Iran. Last week, China's judge on the International Court of Justice joined a Russian judge in dissenting from a ruling calling on Russia to halt its military offensive in Ukraine. China has also opposed Ukraine's bid in G20 ministerial meeting for a discussion on the current conflict in Ukraine. In the near term, China will be affected by the conflict in energy supplies, transportation costs, rise in commodity prices, and disruption in grain supplies. US and European sanctions could also result in secondary sanctions on Chinese enterprises, resulting in pressure on China-Russian trade. Russia could ban the export of some commodities like wheat and corn due to wartime factors. Russia recently announced a temporary ban on export of grains to EU, Eurasian Economic Union members like Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Belarus, and Armenia. But I think Russia will try to maintain a steady trade with China, notwithstanding these pressures and these obstacles, using Chinese currency for clearing and settlement through what is called the Cross-Border Interbank Payment System, or CIPS, of China, which is in some way an alternative to SWIFT. Currently, 23 Russian banks are reported to be connected to CIPS. And China has indicated that it would like a greater percentage of bilateral trade, including in oil and gas contracts, to be settled in Chinese currency, yuan. But this is one possibility. But at the same time, experts have pointed out that the CIPS still relies on the SWIFT system for messaging, and is thus not a perfect arrangement. But I think they will find some way out. This is my feeling. Furthermore, targeted commercial sanctions will make trading with Russia increasingly difficult for China. The sanctions regime employed by the USA and its Western partners, I was reading somewhere, are in the range of over 5,000 sanctions applied on individuals and entities, and are very stringent, aimed at strangulating Russia. Now, can China play a more assertive role in the conflict? The crux of the crisis is strategic rivalry between the United States and Russia. And NATO has followed a very aggressive approach on the issue of expansion, with 8 rounds, and the last one was in 2020 when North Macedonia joined NATO. The Russian view of security, inherited from the concept of balance of power since the early 19th century, seeks to preserve this security space between Russia and NATO. If Ukraine joins NATO, Russia could lose its military base in Sevastopol, Crimea, and thus lose its influence over most of the Black Sea. Russia considers Ukraine historically inseparable. And I will quote here what Putin said on 23rd February. And the quote is that Ukraine, in the sense of a modern state, did not exist in the first place, unquote. So Putin's adventure should be seen in the context of his interpretation of history. The war in Ukraine has led to resurrection of the US influence over its European allies, manifest in remarkable unity against Russia. It would help the United States to squeeze Russia as a major Eurasian power, and confrontation between Russia and Europe serves to strengthen US influence, constrain China's influence in Europe, advance the interests of American military-industrial complex, and emerge as an alternate source of energy supplies for Europe, which relies more than 40% of its gas supply from Russia. In the capital markets, the Russian-Ukraine conflict has strengthened the position of the dollar. The EU is Russia's largest trading partner. This is also important. China is the largest trading partner. Here, the EU is Russia's largest trading partner. Bilateral trade was about 282 billion last year. So bilateral trade will shrink, obviously, as the European countries join the sanctions. I agree with this assessment that this war is perhaps a great miscalculation, as Russia finds itself in a bind now. An economic meltdown of Russia could lead to even a regime change. Pragmatically speaking, it should be in the interest, I'm not rendering an advice, but I'm giving my opinion. It should be in the interest of Russia to conclude this conflict as soon as possible and work on a negotiated settlement with NATO. China is, of course, under pressure. US National Security Advisor Jack Sullivan told Mr. Yang Jiechi, who is higher than the State Counselor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi in Chinese hierarchy in Rome on 14th March, that if China continues to support Russia, the US will consider imposing secondary sanctions on Chinese companies, which may phase these companies to reconsider their trade arrangements with Russia. China's trade relations with the EU are more important than its business ties with Russia. However, Russia is a strategic partner and a reliable source of energy. China would therefore have to walk a tightrope and balance both sides. China is deeply embedded in global financial and economic architecture, and it does not wish to rock the boat. Chinese enterprises have interests across Europe and elsewhere globally. This strong interdependence and a mutual desire for a stable and predictable world order have benefited both China and the Europeans. European countries also do not wish to abandon their relationship with China. They do not want to choose sides between US and China. And another important thing is that on 1st April, 2 days from now, there'll be this EU-China summit taking place, which will, of course, discuss the Ukraine crisis. And I think it may lay new ground rules for their future cooperation in the backdrop of this conflict. Europe's shift to China and Asia is an inevitable choice for the EU to sustain its economic development. This cannot be decoupled. Now, China as a mediator, I think China would not be a mediator on its own, as it does not wish to ruffle feathers with Russia, because if it, on its own, if it engages in this process or in this activity, it will face a lot of pressure from the West. And it will be difficult, I think, for China to hold on to or to resist that pressure in its entirety. So I think China is careful, China is cautious. It's possible that this EU-Russia summit, already negotiations are going on, Turkey is mediating. So it's possible that this canvas may be enlarged, and some European countries like Germany and France is also very active, and China, Turkey, they may combine. I can't say. but this is a possibility. Although there's pressure on China, Professor Zhang also mentioned that there are voices even within China that China should play a more proactive role in sort of. But I think it's difficult. Now, internally also, I think China will have to speed up or accelerate the process of economic reforms and to ward off the pressure from Europe, because there are certain issues between EU and China on intellectual property rights and investment related regulatory policies in China. So I think China may speed up this process through deregulation of its state systems to allow a more conducive environment for foreign investment. Another possibility, I don't know, maybe Russia and China will work together. I alluded to this one in the beginning, this currency swap and this arrangement. India is also, thinking of using, or maybe they have already decided to use Indian rupee for trade with Russia. So if this this possibility crystallizes, that China and Russia may work together along with India to form a bloc of like-minded countries who agree on a non-dollar denominated financial and trading system. Do I have 2 or 3 minutes? Please, please. The conclusion is that Ukraine has been part of Russia for centuries. And in fact, historically, during the Tsarist Empire, Russians considered Ukrainians and Belarusians as ethnically Russian. So this is the context. Why Russia is acting like that, and refer to them as little Russians. Ukraine was independent from 1980. It has been under Poland, Romania, this and that for centuries. It has been part of Russian Empire gradually from 17th to 18th century, and then became part of Tsarist Empire. 1918, after the Russian Revolution, it declared its independence. That was short-lived. In 1922, it joins under a treaty with the USSR to become a founding member of the Union of Socialist Republics. And then you remember that in 2014, Khrushchev gifted Crimea, 1954, gifted Crimea to, because he was from Crimea, so he gifted Crimea to Ukraine, which was annexed by Russia in 2014. And so there have been contentious issues between Ukraine and there was a policy of Russification, which also created resentment. But amongst the current issues, of course, the oil and gas pipelines from Russia to Western Europe passing through Ukraine. And there have been issues of royalties and liabilities. Ukraine has gas debt arrears owed to Russia up to 75% of its gas and 80% of its oil was coming from Russia. In recent years, there have been tensions between them. In 2004, a Russian aircraft was shot down by Ukraine. Then during the Russian-Georgian war in 2008, President Putin alleged that Ukraine was supplying arms to Georgia. So there have been tensions. Then, and I think it's 4 or 5 years ago, perhaps I don't remember the year, Ukraine hosted a very big air exercise, NATO exercise on its soil. And then, of course, its interest in joining NATO and and EU. and the leaders which have been coming into power, pro-West and pro-Russian leaders in Ukraine, which have also created these divisions. This President Zelensky, who assumed power in 2019, has sort of polarized the situation further. US supports him. I don't know now what the figures are, but before the conflict still would be valid. US was the 4th largest supplier of military equipment, funding to Ukraine. So implications, of course, deterioration of US-Russia, Russia-NATO relations, pressure on China, future cooperation between Russia and US on areas like arms control, nuclear non-proliferation, cybersecurity, energy security, terrorism, and hot spots like Syria, Libya, Iran, Afghanistan could be affected. Global economy, European economy, Chinese economy will also be adversely affected. South Asia, I think Professor who preceded me raised very important points, how South Asia will sort of shape up its policy. I think for us in Pakistan, it is important to keep in mind how things evolve, how things shape up, what Indian policy will be. I think I describe Indian policy not as a non-aligned policy, but as an opportunistic policy. And Pakistan has excellent relations with China. Pakistan has growing relations with Russia. So we'll have to sort of modulate our policy accordingly. Professor Zhang, this is my last point. He raised an important point. He said that Ukraine can be, if I understood him correctly, that Ukraine can be the next Afghanistan for Russia. I don't know, but this point should be analyzed or studied in the context of an information which I heard 3 or 4 days ago at a similar seminar in Islamabad, whereby this has not surfaced somehow in media. Maybe researchers here would have come across that Afghanistan is right now being flooded with SAMs, surface-to-air missiles, and other related, technology and equipment of a lethal nature. So if this information is correct and it came from a very authentic sort of person or a source, and if you put 2 and 2 together with the point which Professor Zhang has just mentioned, that Ukraine can be the next Afghanistan for Russia, with mercenaries going there, with militias being raised, I don't know. So there can be a lot of trouble for us in the region in future, especially if Afghanistan remains unstable, because there can be a cross flow of militants and terrorists and terrorist organizations which are already sheltered in Afghanistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. You have made a very comprehensive presentation and have also broadened the scope of our discussion. I think it would be pretty much a challenge for the next speakers to cope with such issues. Now, may I request Dr. Syed Muhammad Ali to give a wrap-up of session 1 and 2. Dr. Muhammad Ali is a well-known policy analyst. He has a rich experience of high-level multilateral and bilateral negotiation on strategic, nuclear, and security issues. Dr. Saab, you are requested to give a wrap-up of the first 2 sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think we are running short of time, so I'll try to be crisp and comprehensive. There are 3 ways to basically consolidate whatever we have learned since morning. First off, I think my sincere gratitude to Institute of Policy Studies and its leadership for honoring me with this invitation. I think I've learned a lot since morning. We've had a very candid, very comprehensive, and very insightful discussion. Let's first look at the key or central arguments of each of the speakers, and then I'll try to briefly frame it in a useful framework. We started off in the morning. I apologize because I arrived late, so I missed the opening address of Dr. Abrar Hussain. but I think the IPS deserves a tribute for this very timely initiative and this intellectual exercise. The first speaker that I heard was Dr. Khurram Iqbal, and he made two very profound points. One is that this is likely to be a long-drawn conflict, and that is reinforced by Ambassador Masood Khalid's last point, that notwithstanding the inclination of the Russian leadership or military to end the conflict at an early stage, the trends on the ground, including the armament and the supply of not just Javelin and Stingers in very large numbers, arrival of, according to Professor Khurram, almost 50,000 non-state actors there. So this, presents a very alarming specter that perhaps the Russian inclination that this conflict should be brought to an early and less, violent end might not be very easy. He also made a very important point, Dr. Khurram, that I think the Muslim world also needs to reflect. What does this mean for the Muslim world? Because perhaps this offers an opportunity and introspection to the Muslim world, because we've been accused for 20 years as an extremist civilization which breeds terrorism. But this reality which is dawning in front of us in East Europe perhaps allows us to look at how other civilizations and value systems, whenever they feel challenged or threatened, also call upon their non-state actors and militant organizations, and how they are presented diplomatically and in terms of the narratives in media as well. I think that is a very important point Dr. Khurram made. Dr. Ivan gave a very forceful Russian perspective on the war, background, current situation, future challenges. And I understand that his central argument was that this war is not a choice, but perhaps a strategic compulsion that Moscow felt for a number of reasons. He highlighted, challenges ranging from the global world order to the expansion of NATO, and also concerns regarding the political leadership of Ukraine and its policies. But it remains to be seen whether all these strategic objectives, as the chair of the first session in the morning aptly highlighted, are going to be adequately, timely, and cost-effectively achieved by Moscow. Dr. Akis made a very profound point in his very elaborate presentation, which I think I cannot resist the temptation to repeat, that for the US, it is an ideational conflict. I think that's a profound statement. And that perhaps informs us about the priorities, the degree of commitment, and the level of violence and ability to cause pain and inflict cost on Russia could be considered by the US-led Western alliance. So that is, I think, a very important point that Dr. Akis made. The Chinese speaker, Professor Jiegen, he made a very important point that China views this conflict with a lot of concern because it offers more challenges than opportunities. And one of the most important arguments that he made was that a weakened Russia is not in Chinese interest. And he also underscored the point that the revival and rearmament of NATO also indirectly does not augur well for Beijing. in terms of the future prospects. And that was followed by Dr. Asma Shakir Khawaja. She very eloquently argued that India is in a flux, and because its military forces are heavily dependent on Russia for meeting its technological and operational needs, but it is facing a very difficult challenge in balancing it with the growing economic and diplomatic ties with the US. So I think it remains to be seen whether they'll be able to balance it. These contrasting, challenges, that is very important. And then brings me to Ambassador Masood Khalid. I think the major takeaway which I've learned from his very insightful presentation is that it seems to be a miscalculation on Moscow's part, because the ability of the Western world to cause pain in an enduring fashion across several domains beyond the kinetic, tactical, or operational battlefield of Ukraine will make it very difficult, not just for Moscow to sustain and achieve the objectives that it aspired, but also prevent it from harming the current political leadership of Russia as well. That was a very important point. Now, let me present a brief framework in which I'll completely, offer a conceptual consolidation of what has so far been said and learned by us. Ladies and gentlemen, as whatever we have learned since morning, the entire specter of this Ukraine war can be framed in 5 domains. It is simultaneously playing out in 5 domains: identity, society, economy, politics, and security. In terms of identity, I think it poses a simultaneous challenge in terms of race, in terms of religion and nationalism. The Western Alliance sees this. Perhaps it can be interpreted in that way as the frustration of the Russian Orthodox Christianity facing the challenge from the continued dominance of the Western-led world order, which is characterized by the Protestant and Catholics. So that is also at play. So whether the nationalism of Ukraine can survive this great competition, that is the identity context. The second is the societal context. The societal context is should be seen in the context of globalization. The global and perpetual process of the interconnectedness of different civilizations, societies, people, economies, and cultures. I think this is a great test and perhaps the biggest challenge that the paradigm or the concept of globalization has received in terms of a kinetic challenge to the globalization in terms of a counter-globalization movement in which the fissures based on identity, geopolitics are testing and deeply threatening the status quo world order in several domains simultaneously. And that brings me to the third domain briefly, which is economy. And I think that has very extensively been explained in the last 2 sessions, because it is simultaneously playing out in terms of not just sanctions regime, but also trade wars, also currency wars, also the test, the grave concern that Beijing faces, because in order to sustain its own economic rise and greater global influence, it is heavily dependent on Western Europe and America in terms of maintaining the energy market, the export markets that it has. The $600-700 billion worth of export markets that China has in terms of US is a major challenge for China. And also for the developing world, the increasing energy prices, which are the highest since the last 8 years, poses huge challenge for the developing world and the governments as well, which is partly also reflected in the environment that we are witnessing on the streets of Islamabad, that it makes developing countries very, challenged in terms of managing their budgets, their import-export bills, and ensuring a viable economies. So that is a very important challenge, particularly because this has happened immediately after the COVID crisis, which was also had economic dimensions. Now coming to the political and the most interesting and my favorite domain, I think it's perhaps the greatest test of the current world order, and it is a complex contest between ideational powers, between revisionist powers, and states which want to be identified on the basis of nationalism. So these three things are simultaneously at play. And I think, as Dr. Akis said, it's an ideational challenge to the status quo world order by a frustrated and provoked Russia, which wants to be respected by virtue of its revival, both economically, politically, and strategically. But it does not seem to have a very comprehensive multi-domain strategy how to achieve that and translate that frustration into specific strategic objectives. But it is definitely one of the foremost challenge to the, as Dr. Khurram said, to the US exceptionalism and the Western domination of the world order. And it's a great test for the international multilateral organizations like United Nations to come up with to fulfill its responsibility ensuring peace and security in the world. But in terms of security domain, which is the last part, I think it is very important because this has led to the revival and rearmament of NATO, which does not augur well for China and Russia. It also has reduced Russian energy leverage and soft power on the Western Europe, and revived the sub-conventional warfare as a means of great power contest in the East European theater. So that is something which is very important, and they are being indirectly armed, equipped, supported, not just kinetically and materially, but also in the psychological domain through media. The media is heavily dominated by the Western perspective. You hardly hear anything from the Russian chain. And just to conclude, but there is an aspect which has so far not been covered, which is very important. Although China, one of our greatest and closest ally, wants to sustain its global peaceful economic rise, but not at the cost of disturbing its economic relations with the West. That is the challenge that Beijing faces. Now, what does that mean? There is an economic challenge, but lastly, there is an opportunity for both Russia and China as well. And that is the last point that I want to make. Because the rise of the AUKUS, the buildup of Quad, the Indo-Pacific strategy, and also the recent rise of Quad 2. If you add it all up, most of these things were aimed at containing China and disrupting its rise. This conflict has perhaps reminded Washington that they cannot afford to only concentrate the lion's share of their hard power only in Asia Pacific. They need to maintain their security commitment towards West and Europe. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad Ali, for your brilliant wrap-up. I think those who missed any session or were not attentive enough, so it was a wonderful help and support for them also. Now we come to the question-answer session of just a minute, please. So since we are running short of time, we take very brief.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Shafkat. मैं IR का स्टूडेंट हूँ. तो मेरा सवाल चाइनीज स्कॉलर से है कि how Russia motivate and give confidence to China to invade in Taiwan. तो
just one minute. One question is more than enough.
जी जी सर. सही है सर.
Good enough.
रिपीट कर दे, उसको समझ नहीं आई होगी सर.
How Russia motivate and give confidence to China invade in Taiwan.
Dr. Cheng, Dr. Cheng, now the question to you is that how about the proposition that China is emboldened to take an offensive step against Taiwan in the wake of Ukraine-Russia crisis? Please.
Okay. I think after the U.S. Russian-Ukraine war happened, lots of articles and lots of articles from the Western media focus on this issue. And in China, I think that we think this the Taiwan issue is very different from the Russian-Ukraine war. Ukraine relations, because this two sovereignty countries. But for this is the China's internal problems. And for China, I think that we also are very look at the things in your on the war between the U.S. and Russia and Ukraine. But because the war long. In the 1 month, it's more than 1 month now, and I think that the process of the war also remind perhaps China. Of course, we draw some lessons from the war for China to deal with the issues with Taiwan, not because of the relations between the mainland China and Taiwan. It's because of China to look at the issue from the China-US relations. When we talk about the Russian-Ukraine war, and behind that also that's the Russian-United States relations, right? So for China, when we talk about the Taiwan issue, perhaps we also think more about China-United States relations. That's why after this war, we are the President Xi Jinping and the President Biden to have a talk. They mainly focus on the China-US relations and mainly focus on the Taiwan issue. And also, of course, we talk about the US-Ukraine war. But from China side, we mainly focus on the bilateral relations and on Taiwan issue. So from this angle, we can say that how United States to behave behind the US-Ukraine war, and what we see that, and what kind of lessons we can draw from that. Then we will think about the mainland China's relations with Taiwan. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. Now we have a question from Mirza Hamid Saab. Hamid Saab, please identify yourself and also kindly be very brief.
Thank you very much. My name is, as you mentioned, Mirza Hamid Hassan. I am a member of the National Academics Town Council of Institute of Policy Studies and a former Federal Secretary of Government of Pakistan. My question is that having listened to so many eminent speakers and an in-depth analysis of the interest of all high stakeholders in this conflict, I feel there is a potential of a frustrated Russia entering into a nuclear conflict because they are being pressurized in so many different fields and domains from so many dimensions, they might, out of frustration, sort of initiate a nuclear conflict. I would like to have a comment from any of the eminent speakers.
So, Saab, would you like to respond? Please.
Thank you, sir. I think a very important question. I think there are three things I'll request you to consider to better understand the strategic behavior of Russia. Number one, before this conflict started, two things happened. Russia held a global, perhaps one of the largest and most extensive worldwide nuclear exercises of its strategic forces. The second biggest signal was Mr. Putin also invited Mr. Lukashenko. And there was a picture which was tweeted by Mr. Putin himself, in which both of them were shown sitting in the control room from where to start a nuclear war. And a few days later, they sent their forces into Ukraine. I, as a student of nuclear strategy, interpret it as a very clear, unambiguous signal to the US in particular and NATO in general, that they need to respect Russian limits and not get involved directly or materially or physically in the conflict. And instantly you would recall that Mr. Biden also mentioned that why we continue to support the Ukrainian people and the government and respect their territorial integrity and support them, we will not put boots on the ground. So that explains that both US and Russia are, their overarching consideration is to avoid a risk or a situation in which there can be a direct engagement between Russian and American forces, which could lead to very rapid escalation.
Thank you so much. Let me reassure you that inshallah in the next session we will have enough time for the question answer sessions. My apologies to all those who wanted to ask questions or make comments. Now may I request Chairman IPS Khalid Rahman Sahab to make his concluding remarks. Khalid Rahman Sahab, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ambassador Masood Khalid Sahab, Syed Muhammad Ali, and the panelists of this session, and also my colleague and brother Sabur. It has been a pleasure listening to all the speakers during these two sessions and the question answers. In fact, it covered a lot of area about the war that is going on in Ukraine. Wars start and then finally come to an end. And there is a kind of consensus among the speakers in these two sessions that we can't predict how long it will take. In fact, there was a talk that it can go for years. But for the conferences, it is a difficulty. You have to follow a timetable. So that is the reason that we are having this session coming to a close within few minutes. And I'm not going to talk in detail, but just a few remarks in order to avoid any repetition also. One thing that is very commonly known is that change is the only constant in human life. So the world has been changing throughout the centuries it has gone. And perhaps this is a point of time that we can imagine some kind of changes are also taking place. And when I was thinking about this point, I was reminded that today when we are meeting on 30th March, almost around 150 years back, in 1868, Alaska was sold by the Russians to Americans, and it became the 49th state of the Americans. Now, that was the global order those days. You conquer some place, and then it becomes your ownership, And then you can always sell it, or you can do something else for that area. But today's world order puts several restrictions, whether you are a global power or you are a smaller power or one of the major powers. So if a war starts, in spite of all development in the international relations, and in spite of having some global institutions, that means the global order is not being observed. That is on paper. And it is not the first time, as has been emphasized by several speakers, that the Americans themselves have done it. In fact, when I was just looking at this statement of the Secretary of State Blinken, he said, in this time of certainty, we have a clear way forward. Help Ukraine defend itself, support the Ukrainian people, hold Russian accountable. And under this heading, he has come up with several recommendations or several statements saying that the borders and territorial integrity of a state cannot be changed by force. Just keep the last 20 years or 22 years post 9/11 and see how many campaigns the Americans and allies have conducted and how much they have followed it. That it is the inherent right of citizens in a democracy to make their country's decisions and determine their country's future. Look at the statement and what has been the practice. That all members of the international community are bound by common rules and should face costs if they don't live up to the solemn commitments that they make. And there are a couple of more statements, but I'd like to emphasize one more. I would like, these principles transcend Ukraine. This is very important. But then the opening part of this statement was very important, and I would like to read that as well. Moscow's actions have threatened to set a new precedent on European soil. So the new precedent is that it is on European soil. And when we are talking of all these things, the concern is that it should not be happening at the European soil. Otherwise, it was just as normal. So that is the context in which this war has started and being responded by the so-called global community. I also went through the statement or the speech that President Putin made about the question that why are they in fact going for this war. And I found at least to me 4 major points. One is it was concerns for security, which has been very excellently articulated by all the speakers. Concerns for security and a kind of increasing threat perception. NATO is coming closer and so on and so on. And he specifically articulated this point that he is, as Russian president or as a country, feeling being deceived, cheated, blackmailed, pressured on all this issue of Ukraine and NATO as association. Now, so it's a kind of response that for the last 30 years, we have been trying this and this and this, and we have been cheated. So one can go into details, and Putin in his statement has also highlighted this. He also comes to the statement that it's a lesson for us from the history. And that lesson is that when we were Soviet Union, there were points when we should have expressed our power and our will, but we didn't. So it is now an expression that I should not lose time. This is a situation where I should come with some kind of an action. And then he has also highlighted global implications of the Western hegemony and the way they are enforcing or trying to impose their social agenda, their civilizational concepts to our values to the other countries in the world, including, of course, Russia, as he said. So I think I was reminded with all these points that Putin is there for the last now 20 plus years. And even before that, he was enjoying a very important position in the Russia or earlier Soviet Union. So it's a frustration of someone who has been directly dealing. So in cases where you have changes in the government or people, so there are different kind of body languages, different kind of approaches, but someone who has been directly dealing, he can feel this kind of frustration. So can we justify that this is a good action by Putin? I think nobody would agree, because after all, war is not something that can be argued. It is a last resort. That's the international law. If you have consumed all kind of sources and there is no, and then you need a kind of permission from a legitimate authority. So war is not an option, and war brings destruction finally to both parties, although you can always say that one party has win the war and the other has lost, but the winning party also loses. So that's not the option. And this brings us to the final, to my final point, which has been discussed again and again, although nobody can clearly say, or many points have been presented, that we are going to have a kind of change in the global order. Now, this is very genuine point, but this invites us to discuss again and again and continuously watch the happenings around. But this is important that this is going to take place. And something good for us is that in this changing global order, the role of China is obviously being discussed, and it will be there, of course. In fact, without this war also, the world is changing and the global order is also changing, and China has a greater role. In fact, while it is good for us, I think it is a test for Chinese leadership also, and Professor Chang has very ably articulated those challenges. I think the unexpected thing, if it was not informed earlier, whatever trajectory it is following, it will have to face some changes. That is because they have 2049 Chinese dream, and they want to continue with a specific trajectory. And as has been rightly pointed out, that BRI is their agenda for the future, and a project in which you already have more than 140 countries associated. You would never like that the stability in the region or around or in the world is at risk. So for Chinese, it's a very big question, but as has been said, that they are a global player. There is a need, I would say, for assertiveness with this message that the world can move forward with a win-win approach rather than a win-lose approach. That if that is the Chinese message, I think this gives them a test also that they continue to move in that direction and prepare ground for that. Although they have benefited a lot from this particular global order, whatever progress they have made, they have very intelligently utilized this present order, but then the order is not perfect and it has to go through a changes, and Chinese have a role that they should play. Thank you very much for all the speakers and the participants.
Sir, thank you so much for your sum up comments. I think the last message is also quite loud and clear to China as well, that you have to be a bit more assertive just to, for the sake of not yourself, but maybe to the old world also. With this, we come to the conclusion of this session. I'm very thankful to all of you for your patient listening. And now we would have a short break for namaz and lunch. So we would regather here around 2:30 inshallah, and then after that, I mean, we would have the final, last and final session. So the final session would be addressed by Ambassador retired Zamir Akram Sahab. Then we would have another speaker, distinguished speaker, Dr. Barak Najmuddin, and then a researcher from Ukraine. They had insisted to be given a chance to present their viewpoint as well. So I can reassure you that the last and final session would be equally very interesting and informative for you. So you are all welcome to join us at lunch, have namaz, and then please. But before dispersing, we will have a group photo, and then first namaz maybe, and then lunch. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so
So,
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the third and final session of this conference on Russia-Ukraine crisis, causes, dynamics, and implications. In this session will be chaired by Professor Dr. Syed Rifaat Hussain. Dr. Rifaat Hussain is one of the topmost scholars we have in Pakistan today. He is currently serving as head of Department of Government and Public Policy in School of Social Sciences and Humanities at Nazir University, Islamabad. He has served for Quaid University and many other topmost educational institutions in Pakistan. I think this would be just a waste of time to go through all these details. Dr. Saab, thank you so much. We are extremely thankful to you for sparing time. Dr. Saab has been at Lahore, so he made it. Thank you so much, sir. The first speaker of our this session would be Ambassador retired Zamir Akram Saab. Dr. Zamir Akram has served as Pakistan ambassador and permanent representative to United Nations and other international organizations in Geneva from October 2008. Ambassador Akram joined the Foreign Service of Pakistan in July 1978 and has held various diplomatic assignments in Pakistan and abroad. Then we have also a very distinguished scholar, Dr. Bharat Najmuddin. He is also associated with the Nazir University, Fast University at the moment, and he has been teaching courses of international relations and has his specialization in EU politics, Muslims in Europe, Western Muslim political thoughts and issues of globalization. And then we will also have a distinguished speaker with us, Brigadier Attique Ur Rehman. He has served in different capacities and his last assignment was with ISPR. So with these few opening words, may I request Ambassador retired Zamir Akram Saab to speak on Ukraine crisis, implications, options and challenges for Pakistan. Ukraine. My apologies. Our honorable guest from Ukraine has also joined us. I welcome him also. He is Mr. Iliya Kusa, Fellow of the Institute of Future, Kyiv, Ukraine. Welcome to you also, please. So may I now request Ambassador retired Zamir Akram Saab to give his presentation on Ukraine crisis, implications, options and challenges for Pakistan. Over to you, sir. As you like, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, I am grateful to IPS for inviting me to speak in this seminar on a very important issue, which the international community and our country is also confronting, and which has serious implications for the global order, for our region, and for Pakistan. So I was asked by IPS to address the following issues in my presentation. 4 issues. 1, Pakistan's response to the situation. 2, survey of the interests of Pakistan in the region and beyond. 3, implications for refusing to support the Western Bloc on the issue. And 4, policy options available to Pakistan. Let me address all these issues in the order that I will speak. First of all, I want to talk about the global geopolitical context of the Ukraine crisis and how this is impacting on our region first, how is impacting on Pakistan, and then how and what are the options for Pakistan in the years and days ahead. So as far as the global geopolitical context is involved, I'm sure you have discussed this in the earlier part of this seminar, but for the sake of continuity of my presentation, allow me to make some brief comments here. In my thinking, the United States, after the end of the Cold War and the collapse of the Soviet Union, when it emerged as a sole superpower, pursued a zero-sum policy in which it was determined not to allow any other peer competitor to emerge on the international scene. This was driven by several factors, most importantly, I think, by the arrogant belief that the United States and its ideology presented the only course of action that other countries must emulate, must follow. They must become so-called democracies and free market economies. And that is why scholars wrote about the end of history, and some even wrote about the clash of civilizations. But essentially, the Americans were driven by the clear-cut geopolitical objective of ensuring that they remain and sustain their unique unipolar status in the world for the foreseeable future. Now, in order to pursue that objective, the US built up its capacities around the world, particularly focusing on two countries that could conceivably challenge America's unipolar status. One was, of course, China. And for that reason, the US, as you all know, pursued a policy which later became known as pivot to Asia or rebalancing to Asia. And in that process, developed several strengthened existing alliances with countries like Japan and Australia, New Zealand and others, while building new alliance systems with countries like India and Vietnam, etc. So what emerged was the so-called quadrilateral alliance, and now more recently AUKUS, which is between the United States, Australia, and the United Kingdom. The purpose of these alliances simply being to contain and, if necessary, to confront China. The ostensible purpose, of course, that was being pursued or projected was to ensure a so-called rules-based order in the Asia-Pacific region and to ensure freedom of navigation and freedom of aviation in this area. In Europe, or against a rising or resurgent Russia, the United States pursued a policy whereby it sought to enhance its alliance with the Western and then in the Eastern Bloc countries as they broke away from the Soviet Union to enhance NATO as a means of containing Russia. Now, obviously, these kind of US unipolar policies generated considerable concern amongst the Russians and the Chinese, and they moved closer to each other, evolving a strategic partnership of their own, which is symbolized by the Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation between Russia and China, as well as by the formation of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, apart from several other bilateral agreements. Now, coming to the Ukraine situation itself, even before the Soviet Union disintegrated, the Soviet leadership at the time
recognizing, Mr. Gorbachev recognized that the Soviet system had become dysfunctional. He needed to focus on his country's economic reforms and rebuild the country. And for that reason needed outreach and support from the United States and the Western countries as a whole. And for that reason, he agreed to two very important developments. One, the disintegration or the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact, the military alliance that the Soviet Union had created against NATO. And the second was the process of democratization in the former Soviet allies in Eastern Europe, including the reunification of Germany. Now, at that time, the American President George Bush assured Mr. Gorbachev that NATO will not expand, and that he recognized Soviet concerns about the expansion of NATO to Soviet borders. And this was a assurance that is recorded, but it was not, unfortunately, not given in writing. But the assurance, there is no doubt of the fact that such an assurance was given by George Bush Sr. However, after Bush, when President Clinton came into being and this whole ideological fermentation in the United States had taken place, that the US was number one and should always remain number one, Clinton moved away from this commitment to the Soviets. And by that time, of course, the Soviet Union itself had collapsed, and the successor state of Russia, which was extremely weak and had very weak leadership in the person of Mr. Chernenko and Mr. Yeltsin, was unable to stand up to this. Although Yeltsin did argue that after the dissolution of Warsaw Pact and the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the raison d'etre for the existence of NATO no longer existed, because if you recall that NATO had been created to contain the expansion of the Soviet Union in Europe. And the other thing that Yeltsin said is that if you do want to maintain NATO, then recognize Russia as a European power and include Russia into Ukraine, into NATO. But the Americans, of course, did not take Yeltsin very seriously. They rejected all this, and over a period beginning from about 1991, 92, a process of NATO expansion began, and it moved very close to Russia's western borders, creating what Russia has always seen as an existential threat. Remember that in Russian history, it has always, or not always, but for most of the time, been invaded from the West by the Swedes, by the Prussians, by the French, and then by the Germans as well. So for them, the vulnerability of their western borders is a very important problem. The red line, of course, was Ukraine. Now, Ukraine-Russian relations are very complicated. They have been part of the same political entity, Kyivian Rus, for centuries. And there is in Ukraine, particularly in Western Ukraine, it's predominantly Ukrainians, Ukrainian-speaking people who are Catholics, and in the east of Ukraine are mainly Russian-speaking people, Russian ethnic origin people who are Russian Orthodox Christians. So there's this kind of a complication as well. So when in 2014, the US and NATO countries tried to bring about regime change, not tried, but actually did bring about regime change by sponsoring a movement, the so-called Orange Revolution, against the Ukrainian leaders who were pro-Moscow. That led to the Russians reacting through the use of force, and their primary interests were to protect the Russian speaking people in the larger Donetsk region on their borders, as well as taking hold of Crimea, because the Crimea is where the Russian Black Sea Fleet is stationed, and that created the first wave of the crisis. In 2015, these countries reached the Minsk Agreement, Russia and Ukraine, or according to which the Ukrainians agreed that they would provide a greater autonomy to the Russians in Ukraine, while also recognizing Russia's strategic interests in Ukraine. However, the implementation of this agreement did not take place. But since the issue of Ukraine's membership of NATO receded into the background, the situation kind of normalized, and other areas took over in Russian-American relations. Now, since the beginning of 2022, this issue was revived. Unwisely, I think, because the Russians had already demonstrated that this was a red line, and the US and its NATO partners continued to arm and fund the Ukrainians, in fact, encouraging them to pursue a more belligerent attitude towards Russia. And on the other hand, of course, the Russian positions also became more and more belligerent, leading up to the Russian invasion and occupation of certain parts of Ukraine. Now, the important question is, how is this going to end? And despite the Western narrative, which I would take with a very big pinch of salt, because the Western narrative is obviously very biased. The fact of the matter is that since this is an existential issue for the Russians, I do not see President Putin making any compromise short of an ironclad commitment by the Ukrainians and the NATO countries that Ukraine will not now and not ever in the future become a part of NATO. That, I think, is bottom line. Other than that, of course, they can work it out, but that is the kind of assurance he wants, and he wants it in writing. All this could have been avoided had the NATO countries been willing to give such an assurance. But now, in view of the situation, they are ready to agree to Ukrainian neutrality status like Finland or Austria, which can ensure that in future Ukraine will not become a part of NATO. But it remains to be seen. But I think the bottom line is very clear. Now, coming to our region, I think the region has been impacted partially or more recently to a certain extent by the Ukraine crisis. But the bigger problem for this region has come about as a result of the American zero-sum policy, which I referred to, and the global geopolitical confrontation between the three major powers. As a result of that, the United States and India have entered into a strategic partnership, which is aimed at containing and confronting China. As a result, as I mentioned, the Quadrilateral Alliance, AUKUS, have been created. At the same time, the US and India have entered into 4 major so-called, what are they called? 4 major agreements for arms transfers, technology transfers, military cooperation, foundational agreements. So they are very closely involved in this kind of mutual defense cooperation to contain and confront China. This obviously has a direct impact on Pakistan's security, because as India's military capabilities are modernized and enhanced, the threat to Pakistan will increase, because these capabilities can also be used against Pakistan. Another factor is that with this kind of American backing, the Indian government of Prime Minister Modi has become more and more belligerent, more and more aggressive, creating situations such as what we saw, the confrontation in February 2019. And I would think, in my view at least, this recent missile intrusion that we saw was a deliberate act rather than a mistake or an accident. Because if you link it to similar intrusions by Indian submarines into Pakistani waters, and it shows that this is a means that Indians are trying to test our responses. So they are becoming more and more belligerent in their attitude towards Pakistan. And of course, we know also that their strategic doctrine has been moving away from the so-called commitment to no first use of nuclear weapons towards a preemptive first strike against Pakistan. So that indicates how the convergence of interests with the US has impacted on India's policies. The Chinese have, of course, not remained silent, or they have reacted to all these developments, and in anticipation of a potential American capability to block the sea lanes in the Indian and Pacific Oceans, on which 80% of China's trade depends, the Chinese have tried to create an alternative continental land connectivity project, which, as you know, is called the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, of which CPEC is a key part. And so CPEC and the Pakistan-China partnership has also emerged. On the one hand, it has emerged as an important factor for Pakistan's own capabilities to enhance its own capabilities and protect its own regional interests, but at the same time has also emerged as an irritant in relations between Pakistan and the United States. So another element, of course, that evolves from all this is that because of the China-Russia partnership against the United States, the avenues have opened up with China's facilitation to Pakistan-China relations being developed in a way that has not been there for at least several decades. For instance, China was the country that ensured Pakistan's membership of the SCO. And we know that a lot of technology, including defense technology, first from Russia, first came through Pakistan via China, and now to a certain extent is also coming directly through Russia. The Russians are also interested in the gas pipeline project and several other projects with Pakistan. And most importantly, I think both China, all three, China, Pakistan, and Russia, and perhaps even can include Iran, are interested in two very important areas, or have converging interests in two very important areas. One, peace and stability in Afghanistan, which is important for all of them in order to contain the problem of terrorism, in order to contain the problem of drugs. And the second, is regional connectivity, which is absolutely essential for China, essential for Pakistan to realize its pivotal position as a bridge to the rest of Central and West Asia, and perhaps if relations improve with India, with South Asia as well. So these are all strategic factors which are impacting on the region. And what causes a problem between Pakistan and the United States is one, the feeling in the United States, not the feeling, but the conviction in the United States that their debacle, that their defeat in Afghanistan at the hands of a ragtag army of the Taliban after 20 years is the responsibility of Pakistan. Had Pakistan not supported the Taliban, the Americans would have succeeded. So essentially, if you look at the congressional record, if you look at the statements, if you look at all the media commentaries, think tank analysis, after the American withdrawal from Afghanistan, it becomes very clear that the US unanimously, with very few exceptions, blames Pakistan for their debacle in Afghanistan. So that is the one key area where we have a problem with Washington. The second related factor is that when the US under the Biden administration has sought to find allies in order to combat terrorism in Afghanistan and in the region, the Pakistani leadership has essentially said that it is not willing to be a partner in any more conflict, and has denied the availability of Pakistani territory for American bases to conduct these operations in Afghanistan. So that is another added factor. The third is, as I mentioned earlier, the growing relationship between Pakistan and China, and to a certain extent also the emerging relationship between Pakistan and Russia. So now let us look at the implications of the Ukrainian war on Pakistan. And let me begin by mentioning the visit of the Prime Minister to Russia a day before the Russians invaded Afghanistan. Now, the fact of the matter is that, yes, the situation was already very grim. The situation was already very tense. And we had to make a value judgment whether or not the Prime Minister should go. And I think the argument that weighed most is that Pakistan's interests vis-a-vis Ukraine are there, but they are not as important or as critical as its interests with Russia. And so if the Prime Minister, who had a month earlier accepted the invitation by the Russian president to visit Moscow, had at the last moment said that we cannot come, even if he said that the Prime Minister was diplomatically ill, that was the correct decision to actually visit Moscow. The other factor, of course, was that this government in Pakistan in particular, but this is a process that has been happening with the previous governments as well, that we have moved towards a more balanced relationship with the three global powers. On the one hand, even those who are and are still perhaps very keen on a partnership with the United States, and had great hopes that the Biden administration would provide a different approach to Pakistan as compared to Trump, were sorely disappointed. And I remember in a discussion like this, when some of my former colleagues made the argument that, oh, Biden once told Karzai, or Ashraf Ghani, one of them, that Pakistan is 10 times or 100 times more important for us than Afghanistan, that was not a compliment. That was a statement of how much concern the United States has vis-a-vis Pakistan. That was the reality. And that concern has played out for reason I just explained. So there is nothing, there is nothing on offer from the United States. We would be deluding ourselves to think that we have given up something very important by turning down the advice that was given to us by the Americans against visiting Moscow at this time. So, but there is a backstory that I mentioned, and whether or not my view is that whether or not the Prime Minister had gone to Moscow, the problems between Pakistan and the United States would have remained. The second thing is that in the present environment, the Western Bloc, led by the United States, has been demanding that Pakistan take a clear-cut stance against Russia and in favor of the Western condemnation and the Western policies towards Russia. Now, as I said, in terms of interests, Pakistan's interests vis-a-vis Ukraine, there are interests. We do buy arms and we do technology and other things. But in terms of weighing the two interests, the interests with Russia are far more important. So to say that we should have sacrificed those interests with Russia, I don't think makes any sense. The second, the other part of the problem is that we do believe that the Russians should not have invaded an independent country. We do believe that this invasion is contrary to international law and the UN Charter. But at the same time, we have made the argument that the security interests of all the parties concerned, including the Russians, must be taken into account. We cannot argue that Russians are acting simply out of being a malignant power, but they are acting out of their national interest, and that national interest needs to be respected and addressed. And the third point is that this environment is creating a major difficulty for developing countries with increasing prices, etc., and all that. So let me now conclude by just saying a few words about policy options for Pakistan. As I said, the relationship with Ukraine is not as critical as relations with Russia or China, and therefore we need to follow a path which is balanced, particularly between the three major powers. US has in effect very little leverage or very little on offer, for which we need to sacrifice something that is potentially in the pipeline with the Russians. So the choice should be very clear. We also need to be very clear that eventually the West will need to recognize Russian interests to end the Ukraine war. They're already talking about Ukrainian neutrality. Unfortunately, what is happening is that the Western countries are willing to fight to the last Ukrainian, which is unfortunate because it's the Ukrainians who are being killed. But eventually, Ukrainians, despite the help from the West, are in no position to defeat the Russian army. So it's very clear that at the end of the day, there will need to be some kind of solution. It's in Pakistan's long-term interest to pursue the balanced policy between the three major powers in the world, which is now clearly multilateral or multipolar. It's a multipolar world. The US is no longer the sole superpower. The global order has changed, and Russia has demonstrated very clearly that the US is no longer the preeminent power which can dictate to the other major powers. This is a very clear fact. Another important factor in this whole episode, or in this whole development, is that the primary beneficiary of all this is China. Because not only has the US been forced to shift its focus from the Asia Pacific, from containing China, to focus on Europe. Secondly, it has strengthened the China-Russia relationship even further, despite Western narratives that the Chinese are concerned or the Russians are doing. The fact remains that the Russia-China strategic partnership is stronger now than before. Another factor that will emerge out of this is their joint efforts, and not only their efforts, but remember that other major countries in our region, including India, which is a strategic partner of the United States, has refused American pressure to join the Western alliance against Russia for its own interests, which also shows that the Indians are pursuing their own independent policy in the multi-polar world. And so, in this environment, the situation in our region, the situation in the world, is going to be an extremely complex process by which we will have to navigate. The unfortunate part is that at a time when Pakistan needs more than anything else the environment of national unity and cohesion, we are in the process of dismantling our political system. So that is, I think, the most tragic thing that Pakistan politicians do in this country.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Zamir Saab. You have put a very forceful case. Dr. Rifaat, would you like to make any quick comment? We can move on towards the end. Okay. So I think we need to remind ourselves that the world is today faced with the most complex challenge, because I mentioned in the morning session that 4 out of 5 world powers are directly involved in this conflict, and the choices before weaker nations or countries are very limited. They are under coercion to take sides. Let's see how we cope with this situation. Now we move on to the next speaker, and the list. The sequence of presentation is that now Dr. Bakr Najmuddin would give a presentation on the Muslim response to the crisis. But if you, Dr. Najm, allow me, can I ask our friend from Ukraine to give his perspective first, if you don't mind? It's okay. Oh, thank you so much. So, Dr. Iliya Kusa, he is a Ukrainian scholar, and we are very happy to have him. In the morning, we have had a Russian perspective by Dr. Ivan, and that was, of course, a very forceful and persuasive perspective. And we needed to balance it. And we welcome you, sir. And now I would request you to give your perspective on the issue of Russia-Ukraine war. Thank you so much. Over to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you. You can hear and see me. So, right? Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Just to make sure that the connection is stable. Thank you very much. It's really a great opportunity to address the distinguished audience, and I would like to share with you some thoughts on the war, on the war itself, on the situation in Ukraine, and of course on its implications, both on Ukraine, on Russia, and on the region and the international relations as a whole. So I would try to keep it, not very long, and to give you some kind of Ukraine focus, of course, Ukraine perception of the situation. First of all, I would like to start that from some some conclusions which we might be able to make today. Of course, not all conclusions. It's really very difficult to jump to any conclusions today with regard to especially the consequences of especially with how the situation will end, because it's really very tense still today, and it's dynamic. It's really changing on a daily basis. But I would like to start with how the war was transformed in the last month, in the last 30 days, from Ukraine perspective. So how I see it, I would divide this into 3 phases, which we saw during the last 30 days. The first phase is the first week, when Russian forces were trying to surround and block main Ukrainian cities, avoiding storming them, while using numerous, mainly paratroopers, to land them near Kyiv and to capture the capital. Ultimately, it seemed that these tactics failed to produce quick and meaningful results, and major Russian land parties, which we saw across the border at the beginning of the war, they were unable to break into the major big cities where they concentrated. And this led us to the second phase, which covered the second, third, and fourth weeks, when the war it switched to a position war, where shelling was very often, when Russians started shelling big cities, hitting not only military infrastructure, as it was at the very beginning, but also civilian one, including critical infrastructure like thermal plants, power plants, railroad junctions, warehouses. So everything that provided basic utilities for people. And this was the moment when it had a devastating effect on humanitarian situation in Ukraine, when it became one of the fast growing, became growing very fast. For example, if we take the city of Chernihiv in northeastern Ukraine, it was partially surrounded from day one, and from 285,000 people who resided there, more than half fled during these second, third, and fourth weeks. So it was a huge humanitarian crisis for Ukraine. And however, we saw that Russians weren't able to capture the cities, so the war switched to a more prolonged one, and this led us to the third phase, in which I believe we are still today. It's the last week, which we saw when Russians apparently refocused their military attention on the offensive in the east and south of Ukraine, where they were able to occupy some territories. This was also combined with their political demands, scaled back a little, so they changed over time. Because, for example, after yesterday's Istanbul peace talks, we saw comments from both Russian and Ukrainian delegations, and they were absolutely different from what we heard at the beginning of the war, because Russians, well, at least what they told is they agreed to withdraw from territories occupied after 24th of February. There were no demands yesterday related to the so-called demilitarization and denazification, the two things that were voiced at the very beginning of the war by Russian president, including by the Russian president, and which were initially at the very heart of Russia's invasion. And when Russian president gave his speech on 23rd of February, announcing the beginning of the invasion, these two demands, the demilitarization and the so-called denazification, were very important. Now we see that the Russian demands and actually the political agenda on the talks have become modest. Now I would go to the implications of the situation that we had for more than 30 days. I would divide it into two dimensions mainly. So generally, the first dimension is the economic dimension. Russia's invasion to Ukraine effectively launched massive processes related to swift changes in the economic and trade balance in the region and in the world, especially long term. First of all, in my opinion, allowed for a strategic redistribution of energy markets, especially in Europe, in favor of other players, including the United States, Turkey, Qatar, probably Algeria, Egypt, and other countries in terms of gas. Although I consider it quite difficult, a full stop, of all Russian gas exports into Europe, but I think a substantial amount of it, as a result of invasion, is likely to be reduced in the coming years, with other countries taking more prominent role in gas exports to Europe. The European Union has already adopted the relevant strategy till 2030. And so they are not able to refuse gas imports from Russia right now, because it's over 40% of their gas imports are coming from Russia. But of course, it is obvious now that this will be one of medium to long-term implications of Russian invasion, that its gas exports to Europe will be reduced. For Ukraine, in this context, Russian invasion actually accelerated the process of Ukraine switching off from Russia's energy grid system, to which we were connected for many years, and integrating it into the European energy network, which was completed just 2 weeks ago. So this is one of very key implications for Ukraine as a result of the invasion. Secondly, Russian invasion changed the oil market as well. Although no immediate fundamental changes occurred after invasion, of course, except a surge of oil prices, which we saw, and which led to, of course, prices rising in oil-dependent countries for gasoline. And but it is clear now that the invasion prompted other countries to begin finding ways to push Russia out of oil exports to Europe. Now, this is particularly true about the United States, Canada, Australia, Britain, those countries who already made the decision to put the so-called embargo on oil imports from Russia, although they didn't import much, but still they made this political decision. To some extent, we can say that because of Russian invasion of Ukraine, US-Iran nuclear talks also were revived after they almost deadlocked in January, which is also a very important implication in regional and international dimension. In this context, the main challenge for Ukraine also is finding a substitute for Russian and Belarusian oil products, which we imported for quite a long time. So the invasion also created a significant challenge for us as well. And now with Russian military ships, for example, blocking the Black Sea ports in Ukraine, the European land routes are effectively the only ones for importing fuel and gasoline to Ukraine. So the situation, and also the situation worsens because Russia, in this phase 3 of the war in which we are now, during the last week, for example, Russia is focused on hitting precisely fuel depots and oil bases in different regions in Ukraine, in Western Ukraine as well. During the last week, several of them were hit, unfortunately. Another also implication I would like to talk about is that I think it's also it actually relates to international system as a whole. The unprecedented informal boycott by foreign companies who left Russian market, preceded by Western-led economic sanctions and financial restrictions, once again raised the issues of sanctions instruments as coercive means in modern international relations, which I understand is an issue of concern for many countries, of course, because this disrupts supply chains, this derails trade, this complicates bank transactions, this makes the international economic cooperation very difficult and uncomfortable. And this is also a very significant result or implication, as I see, in medium and long-term perspective of Russian invasion, because even in case in some time in the near future we will have a ceasefire in place in Ukraine, for me, it is hard to imagine that sanctions that were imposed against Russia will be lifted that easy. And especially given the fact that they are more and more, the longer the war continues, the more they become politicized, and the positions of different countries polarized. And of course, it is bad for international economy and for foreign trade. And finally, another very important thing that happened that I see had a very profound impact on world markets is that wheat and sunflower exports were badly damaged by Russia's invasion. Our two countries, Russia and Ukraine, are among top world exporters of wheat and sunflower oil. It's a resource, it's the resources which are vital for dozens of countries, It's basically a life-saving product with regard to food security. For example, such countries as Tunisia, Egypt, Lebanon, Algeria, which are one of major clients of Ukraine and Russia wheat export. They import from 50% to more than 80% of their wheat comes from Russia and Ukraine. And of course, it is good for countries like Egypt, for example, which has already had strategic reserves prepared beforehand of wheat for 3 or 4 months in case supply chains are broken. But of course, it is a potential catastrophe for countries like, for example, cash-strapped Lebanon, who don't have the storage capacities and they can't change the suppliers quickly, especially after what happened in Beirut in August 2020, where their port was blown. So Ukraine's major and one important point here is that Ukraine. Why is this so difficult? Why is this really something that we should talk about? Ukraine's major wheat producing fields are located in 6 regions in Ukraine's south, east, northeast, and central and center. Of these 6 regions, 4 are already affected by the war, and 2 are partially occupied by Russian forces. So for Ukraine, the region, and the world, this is potentially damaging, as a substantial amount of our exports of agricultural products, of wheat and sunflower oil, are under constant danger, and this in turn have a profound impact, negative impact potentially for many countries who rely on these imports particularly in their food security policies. Secondly, now the second dimension which I wanted to talk about is the political dimension. So what political implications we can talk as a result of Russian invasion of Ukraine? I think that first of all, by invading Ukraine, in my opinion, Russia effectively limited its own foreign policy agenda. For the last 15 years, Russian foreign policy has been aimed at positioning Moscow as an alternative center of power in this, let's call it, the great power competition of the 21st century. And this was the rationale behind their policies in Georgia in 2008 as a response to the so-called Arab Spring in 2010-11, in Syria in 2015, and eventually in Ukraine when they invaded Ukraine first time in 2014, when they occupied Crimean Peninsula and parts of eastern regions, where the main epicenter of military hostilities is now. And with this kind of war, with which they launched on 24th February, where the stakes are so high we are talking, for example, about serious risks of NATO-Russia military escalation. In my opinion, Moscow limited its own goals and created the situation where they have a very narrow corridor of maneuver in their own policy, because being under such sanctions and waging a total war by its nature really impedes Russian foreign policy goals which were formulated since mid-2000s. Secondly, Russia's war will alter European security architecture, and I think in 2 ways. First of all, it will further consolidate European countries this already happened, both at NATO coordination level and at the level of strengthening European institution inside European Union, and also pushing some countries for rearming themselves, like Poland has already been doing for several years. And we also heard from Germany that they're going to pour into security and defense budget. And secondly, with Ukraine remaining at the middle between Russia, Turkey, the European Union, the United States, further stabilization of the situation will, and maybe possibly deterrence of Russia, which will require deeper interregional cooperation. And I think this will lead, in long-term perspective, this will lead to expanding of the European security architecture, of which was formed in 80s, 90s, into a broader Eurasian architecture, when many other countries, regional players from not only from Europe, will have to play a more prominent role in stabilizing regional and international system. Third, which also very important, I think, that Russian war ended the 30-year era during which Moscow was trying to some kind lead post-Soviet integration efforts after the fall of the USSR. I need to elaborate on that. I think after what Russia, for many years, Russia had this really key advantage when it comes to relations with other post-Soviet republics. They could appeal to common history, culture, language, in their foreign policy. And this was understandable with many countries, because we all used to be in one Soviet Union, and in 90s, for example, when the memories were still fresh, and this gave a great opportunity for Russians and an advantage in pursuing their interest with other post-Soviet republics. Now, after what happened in Ukraine, I think that there will be less and less space for this kind of values-driven relationship between Russia and other post-Soviet republics. Of course, economic ties, political and security cooperation will remain in place, I think, but this war damaged this nostalgic related, culturally close relations, which for so many years kept Russia at the pinnacle of integration efforts.
Dr. Iliya, I'm very sorry for the interruption, but could you please wind up in next 2 minutes, because we are
yes, I'm already finishing.
My apologies for the interruption.
No, it's okay. So I think this is fundamentally changing the whole post-Soviet geopolitical space, because this depriving Russia of its main advantage, in relations with other countries. And finally, in my opinion, Russian military offensive against Ukraine has become an important milestone in pushing us closer to what seems to become, I think, a multipolar world, in which there will be a number of regional countries gaining prominence and playing a more active role in the world affairs. Because we already see that, for example, such countries as Israel, Turkey, or Poland are the most active in facilitating Ukraine-Russia negotiations, in playing its role in this war, and were even named potential security guarantors for Ukraine in future. So I think that for now, we only can see some immediate term conclusions. I think it's really difficult to tell what profound impact it will have, in long-term perspective. But I think the future of Ukraine will be, it still depends on what is going on inside Ukraine with the military situation, because as you understand, it's dynamic, it's constantly changing. We don't know how it will end. Even yesterday's remarks after Istanbul peace talks, they are only now they're still on the level of an idea of a neutral Ukraine, a bridge between West and East with foreign guarantors, with foreign guarantees. But I think it's still an idea, because for now on, the situation is still in the military dimension. And I think we will need, some more time to jump to some really profound conclusions on the future of Ukraine and the whole region. But this is my thoughts on, at least for now, on what is happening. Thank you very much.
Dr. Iliya, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation, but I would really request you to stay with us because I am anticipating that a lot of questions would be coming your way soon. So with this, now may I request Dr. Barak Najamdeen. He is associated with Center for International Peace and Stability, and Dr. Najamdeen would be speaking on Muslim world response to the Ukrainian crisis and the option and the question of Western arm twisting. So over to you, sir, please.
Good afternoon, and very, if I would say, probably it's morning day in Europe, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to everyone sitting here. I think we have had an extensive discussion since morning. We've seen people from the United States, Russia, Ukraine, Pakistani, different scholars with different perspective trying to establish some viewpoint on how we should dissect these all saga between Russia and Ukraine, which is quite sensible for the very fact that we all are part of the human race and we're being affected one way or the other by these all political or geopolitical drama going on in the far-flung area of, should I call it, beyond Europe, because somehow Europe doesn't have a singular definition, just as Muslim world does not have a singular definition, in my opinion. I do believe that most of us sitting here and all listening to me across on the internet would have this sensibility of the Muslim world. We usually define this Muslim world as a society or a country or a place or a space where Muslims are in majority. And I think this definition is quite archaic. We need to move away from this sort of definition of the numeric definition or reductionist definition of the Muslim world. So to that extent, I see the Muslim world as a place where we can bifurcate into two. One would be the Muslim hedge and the Muslim core. So the Muslims in Europe will be considered as part of the Muslim world. The Muslims in Russia will be considered as part of the Muslim world. The Muslims in Ukraine, in Poland. I was so flabbergasted when I see the level of commitment of the Muslims in Poland accepting or trying to facilitate both Muslims and non-Muslims coming from Ukraine. So my position is this, from the very start, we need to establish what the Muslim world is. Though some might say there is nothing like the Muslim world or Ummah, which doesn't go with my own definition. But I have a few minutes to go and I'll be very quick about it. I have 2 points to discuss, or probably 3. The first point is that let us try to contextualize this whole saga that Ambassador Akram has pointed or pictured for us. I see this as a roadback. If we all remember back in the 1950s when Russia made an incursion into so many parts of what is now known as Eastern Europe and Western Europe, there was this American foreign policy, which sometimes they called containment, and yet they also called the roadback. So what we're witnessing today is a rehearsal, is a repetition of that roadback that, in quote, Russia occupied or tried to occupy or add a campaign, because there is no specific name to give to this saga, that this Russia campaign in Ukraine had led to the revisiting of the American foreign policy of rollback. And how does this rollback manifest itself? It has manifested itself in the form of sanction. And similarly to what we saw in the 1970s during the OPEC crisis, when the Arab OPEC countries tried to be more confrontational towards the West, particularly the United States and the Western Europe, again, there was a roadback. So in my humble opinion, I see this as a rollback, trying to repeat itself in international politics, one. Number two, the campaign of Russia in Ukraine, it is somehow very fresh in the memory, particularly of those living in South Asia, in terms of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. And this, of course, is also one of the fears of the Muslims and the non-Muslims in Poland. I remember when I was speaking to a Polish professor, I could sense that in the manner with which he was speaking, that they were quite apprehensive that what happened to Afghanistan might similarly happen to Poland. And of course, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan wasn't a direct invasion of Pakistan, but surely Pakistan felt that apprehension. And that, of course, explained with so many dynamics why Pakistan participated directly and very actively in the pushing back or the rolling back of Russia out of Afghanistan. Having said that, I also believe that we should contextualize this discussion from the Muslim perspective as the failure of cosmopolitanism. What do I mean by this failure of cosmopolitanism? For example, let us look at the selective reductionism in terms of the way realism continues to become a primacy in international relations. And of course, I think the Ukrainian invasion, it is an eye-opener that regardless of your religion, regardless of your space, what matters most to a state will always be the national interest. So I believe for most Muslims, when the US invaded Iraq or Afghanistan, we kind of designated it as the affront to Muslim, affront to Islam. But how do we define this? Should we define it in a religious term, or should we define it in a geopolitical term? So telling us that national interest will continue to play an important role regardless of your religiosity, regardless of your ethnicity. And I think there's one more thing which is quite missing in most of our discussion, that we cannot separate or divorce the history of Ukraine and Russia. And I think this is one of the issues I see in the Muslim world, that we fail to understand that virtually, I have Ukrainian friends, they speak Russians. What I'm trying to say is that there's a long history between these two countries. So perhaps I call them the cousins. Poland, Ukraine, and Russia, they're all cousins in my own analysis. So it's now a fight among the cousins. Number two, when I talk about the selective reductionism or the failure of cosmopolitanism, it is in terms of human rights. And this human rights, it is quite understandable when we look at it from the lens of the refugee crisis, how the Muslim world perceive it. Of course, the Muslims that were affected by the Islamic State saga and the invasion of Iraq, all put together, even with the invasion of Afghanistan, that led to refugee crisis that moved very close to the shore of Europe. But how did Europe actually accepted them? I think this Ukrainian crisis has kind of exposed that on cosmopolitanism of the so-called international system. Number three, point which I want to mention before I close it up, is that how true is this problem has affected the Muslim world? Yes, with the little survey, which I have done, but which I intend to kind of made an incremental process towards, is that most of the people that were surveyed were of the opinion that Russia-Ukraine war is a challenge to global peace, about 57%, this is my understanding. And they found, the argument was that the Russia-Ukraine war, it is not just an affront to the Muslim sensibility, it is an affront to the rest of the world. Now, what should be the response of the Muslim world? That's the question I think we all should be looking at. Number one, I believe we have come to the realization, if you see what has transpired between the Russians, even the Indians, it shows that it is an eye-opener for the Muslims to come together to have what we can call the monetary union, the way I'm talking in terms of a kind of alternative currency, which is becoming a reality in global politics. This should not be just for the European Union alone, but we have the D8, for example, we have the OIC, whatever we know of the OIC, but there should be a platform where Muslims altogether can come together to have a monetary union or to have a common market where, in the case of when there is an eventuality of similar cases, I think we can better salvage ourselves from economic sanction. For a very simple fact, if you look at the world of Islam today or the Muslim world, we seem to be more of the weak ones. Most of the Muslim society are very weak. So how do we survive if we had been placed with much of these sanctions? Russia can stomach much of the sanction that has been placed on it, but how much does the Muslim world can do that? So one way of doing that is to preparing for the worst, and preparing for the worst can come in the form of what? In the form of a monetary union or a common market. Number three is what I call the alternative market system. But alternative market system here means that where we can actually trade among ourselves without necessarily depending on a particular currency. So again, in terms of war crisis, where our dependency on the dollar or our dependency on the euro, even the dependency on yuan can be detrimental to the Muslim society. So it means that someone with Pakistani rupee should be able to trade with Saudi riyal or any other currency. So that should be one way of looking at this crisis, because the crisis, as the former speaker just mentioned, it's an eye-opener, particularly for the weak Muslim society. I believe I have expended much of my time, and I want to stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bakr. You have been very impressive and elaborate. I think while discussing the response of Muslim world, we have to realize that it's not a question of choice. Maybe it's a question of compulsion. Weaker countries like even Pakistan facing tremendous pressure from the Western bloc that they have to pick sides. I mean, the pressure is on India, pressure is on China, and how we cope, how we salvage the situation, this is maybe the fundamental question we have to address. Anyway, Dr. Bakr, thank you so much. And now we have two more speakers with us. And it's just a coincidence that both of them are retired brigadiers. And first, I would request Brigadier retired Syed Nazir Saab. He is an old fellow of IPS as well, and I would request him to give his viewpoint on the issue under discussion at the moment, and then we will have the final presentation by Brigadier Attique Ur Rehman Saab. So over to you, sir.
Thank you indeed. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. The marathon presentation, as well as tackling this particular war conflict of Ukraine from various angles, that may be diplomatic, that may be the military, or that may be the political, or that may be the global or the Muslims world. Of course, it was very enlightening, and IPS, of course, has given this opportunity to the audience as well as to the speakers. So all praise for that. With that, since many things have been said, and from all the sides, even the people from both sides of the fence have also spoken. So various perspectives have come into light. But at the same time, I will not go into the details of this, but some of my conclusion, because this is the time that we lead towards if something is left or what has been emphasized the most. So basically talking of this Ukraine conflict, no doubt it is basically a core issue of the big powers. And big power politics as well as bloc politics are back with a full bloom or full weight. So again, military alliances will be taking place, or they will be, the already one existing will be more getting strengthened. Ukraine conflict is a replay of 1962 Cuban crisis. There, the crisis were averted once Khrushchev blinked. But here, again, the same being repeated, but here the blink was not there. So the escalation took place and the hostilities are on. But the blink and bolt is there on the part of NATO as well as US. For that much purpose, I suppose we can confess to that. Then also it holds goods that UN become a debating club once it comes to the conflict where a permanent P5 member is involved. Another that Russia core national interest in the domain of security was threatened with the Ukraine intent towards the NATO membership. This particular point not only was the red line, but it proved to be the casus belli of the whole conflict. Ukraine's vital national interest was probably, to my reckoning, was misplaced in the camp politics, and the rescue mission or the support which they will be getting from NATO or America. So probably their assumptions were not in line with the ground realities. Ukraine intentionally became the victim of NATO expansionist drive, and Russian restraint and compromises in the course, of course, they proved that probably conflict, actual hostilities will not take place. The US deterrence to avoid war holds good. Unless its own mainland is threatened, I suppose even if NATO is threatened, America will not participate to that extent where its mainland will become a board to the missiles or other strategic weapons. Ukraine conflict has imposed limits on the NATO prowess and exposed American security umbrella for Europe. They must be rethinking that if such thing could happen, of course, it could spill over to the new NATO members, which has been included. Europe, instead of firefighting, they are adding fuel to the fire. And this is the very unfortunate aspect, the way they call themselves as a civilized world, where all sort of weapons are being inducted into Ukraine, and more so, there are non-state actors in the garb of volunteers, which are also being sent. If that be the case, and this conflict prolongs, so its spillover effect into Europe cannot be ruled out. And if that happens, and probably if they are thinking of a protracted war, like Afghanistan or like other places, so Europe will be economically, especially on the energy front, and more so on the economic front. And third, as far as their spending and then hosting those refugees, and all that volatile zone will become very, very vulnerable. In the height of this hybrid war, which is taking place on social media and propaganda and all those cyber attacks and everything, truth is the first casualty. And it is always a casualty in the wars, but this time, the claims and counterclaims of casualties and of losses are beyond the imagination, even by the very, very credible media outlets as well as spokespersons of various countries. West is fighting on the geo-economic front, whereas the war is actually a geostrategic nature. Both the modes are different. And once the modes are different, so there is not a win-win situation, because the conflict itself or war itself is limited always in time. But on the economic front or geo-economic front, there are no sunset clauses. And once sunset clauses are not there, so if it prolongs, so the Europe will suffer, but beside that, the underdeveloped countries will suffer the most. The war has laid bare the West double standards, especially on the human rights and so-called skin discrimination on the color of skin. And third, the region from which they belong, because we have seen it, that how the students and other African and Asians were treated. More so, their media outlets were also giving a sort of hype to this particular aspect. Excuse me. So with this war, of course, the military corporate world will expand, and there will be a spree for the weapon purchase, especially in Europe, as well as in rest part of the world as well. So the corporate world will flourish, whereas the food and grain declare deterrence force to be put on the special mode, special compared duty. Why? Because a caution was supposed to be imposed on NATO to stay out of the conflict zone. Second was to restrain Ukraine from the use of biological and chemical weapons, which has allegedly been discovered or in some of the laboratories. And to contain the conflict within the conventional domain, that's why Russia put the nuclear mode on alert. It was the second time that Russia has put the nuclear arm in this mode. Once was during the Cuban crisis, where the nuclear tipped missile were placed in Cuba, and now that was overtly, but this time it is that was covertly, and now this time it is overtly has been exercised, and the message has been given loud and clear. While America, after their nuclear bomb drop on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they have put this particular aspect of nuclearization 4 times. Once during the Cuban crisis, and second from 1964 to 67 against China and against Vietnam. There also comes a conclusion that Ukraine was having a big share of the Soviet Union nuclear arsenal. But that were dismantled, or that were shifted or transferred to Russia at the behest of NATO and America. And now that advice is falling flat. There is a, from this very conflict, there is a conclusion that even a superpower can afford to have a loss or a win in a limited war before it could transit into an all-out war. So there could be on the NATO and US side a sort of embarrassment, or there could be some sort of embarrassment for the Russia as well before it could spill over to a big war. On the Asian front, beyond, of course, of their policies, and especially the new threats and new challenges which has come into force. Asian nations have to brace for supply chain disruption and energy crisis, already have been said, and Asian seas will be contested. And of course, these sea borders, as well as the international sea zone, there will be more claims and counterclaims on it. Quad and AUKUS will face new challenges and strained relationship because the camps are there, and now camps will be definitely exerting their pressure on the respective parties. Taiwan's status may be replicated in Europe, and that may be the status of Ukraine. India, proactive role, especially in the Quad, will be put on the check because it has got so many, you can say, on the military and strategic side and otherwise political side, so many bondages with Russia. And if the West or America, being their strategic partner, if they are expecting that it could prove to be, even on the United Nations front, abstain from voting, so how they can bid on India to be a bulwark against China. That is also probably a rethinking on that particular aspect will be taking place. In the context of Pakistan and India, of course, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and whole this region, including China, abstained or they were neutral. And this neutrality has also got a cost. But the cost for some is more and for some is less. And probably for India, it will be walk on a tightrope. For the reason that they are in need of Russia as well as America. But the buying spree on the weapon side, especially, which they are having, this may be a bit disrupted because Russia has geared its resources toward Ukraine. So anything coming up to 2027 may not be coming in their timelines. Second thing is that Pakistan is on the easier side because it has got its stake due strategic and partnership with China more than America. So for Pakistan, probably Russian front as well as China front, that will become a easy go rather than looking towards the West. And lastly, let me say that if this conflict continues, which I suppose were put on some wrong assumptions or assurances which were given to Zelensky by the NATO members or by America, because it is proved, in spite of his repeated requests and series of very, very desperate requests for the no-fly zone, but it has fallen flat on their ears. So now Ukraine is on its own, and Ukraine ought to compromise on its security as well as some sort of sovereignty and some sort of balkanization, especially on the eastern side, and may become a landlocked country if it doesn't cede or it doesn't go for a quick resolution of the conflict. Thank you indeed.
Thank you so much, Brigadier Saab. With this, we move to the last speaker of our, this third and final session. Brigadier Attique Ur Rehman would be speaking on Russia-Ukraine war and its impact on global IT and banking system. This is a bit quite challenging subject, but I hope Brigadier Saab would do real justice to this. So over to you, sir, please.
Thank you very much, sir. First of all, congratulations to all. I am the last speaker. Hopefully we'll be free after this. Three major conclusions of today before I go to the banking system. Number one is that, was it a provocation or it was straight? I mean to say it was, why did the Russian cross the lines? Who is the beneficiary of all these things? There are three basic reasons why I'm saying so. Brigadier just said that the arms and ammunition race is going to erupt again. It is in realism, it is said that the world is anarchic. And in anarchic world, you have to take care of yourself. Every nation state is responsible for itself. At the end of the day, Ukraine was abandoned. This sense of insecurity is definitely going to rise, that we should make our own arrangement for the defense. This is the very foremost reason. And where this arms and ammunition is going to come, we all know that military industrial complex rest with the West. The second is, I haven't heard today, the Nord Stream 2. This is a gas pipeline which is completed between Russia and the German companies. Only the NOC was pending from Germany. It is constructed with a cost of $7 billion. And it is now, if it had completed and it had started its work, it would have been very detrimental for USA to see Russia having energy cooperation with Germany and Italy. It already supplies 40% of the gas to European countries. That is a huge amount. And third thing, which is more important, is that BRI was actually moving at a faster pace. 136 countries all over the world, they have actually given their consent for the BRI. The day voting was done, if you see that two countries, they actually casted their vote negatively. 34 votes which absented, they are all from Asia. So there is a clear division in the world, West versus Asia. And if West versus Asia divide is demarcated and originated and forcified, then definitely it is going to be a big halt for BRI. That is going to be a problem. Although China is one of the biggest beneficiary of this conflict. Why? Because the capital which is going out of Russia and from the West, it is going to the safe havens, and European markets are the safe haven for this conflict. It will further strengthen the China, but definitely it will have a halt on the BRI. Now coming towards the actual topic which was given to me, that is the banking system, how the banking system has been erupted, disturbed. Presently, $1 trillion balance sheet, $1 trillion balance sheet is disturbed. That means the economic global order is disturbed. This is very important. There are three important sanctions which were imposed on Russia. Number one was exiting Russia from the SWIFT system. That means Russia cannot make any arrangement. They cannot pay or buy anything from the world economy. So any country which was having a trade with Russia is now left abandoned. Multinational companies and the countries. This is the first sanction. The second sanction was they have freezed the accounts of Russia and oligarchs. And these accounts which has been frozen, they amount to $650 billion. It's a huge amount. All the banks in the Western countries, mostly the United Kingdom, Austria, Germany, Italy. All banks will be actually facing colossal loss as far as the banking system is concerned. Europe is going to be at loss, but not the America. Japan and America collectively, they $150 billion they are in their banks. So probably it is said that it will be reimbursed to those banks. So they are at least, I think they're not that much affected as the European banks are, they are affected. What about the multinational companies? All multinational companies from the West, which were operating in Russia, they have stopped their business in Russia. Either they have exited or they are about to exit from that. All transactions which were being carried out through Russian banks, they have defaulted. It is estimated that between the Bank of Russia and private sector, Russia contributes roughly 1 trillion to liquid global wealth, of which $300 billion deployed in the money markets. Sanctions have somewhat disturbed $1 trillion balance sheet in the world. European banks are the most exposed financial institution to Russia's new sanctions, specifically those in Austria, France, and Italy. Figures from Bank for International Settlement show that France and Italy's bank each have outstanding claim of about 25 billion on Russian debt, while Austrian bank had $17.5 billion. US bank have been decreasing their exposure to the Russian economy since Crimea. Probably they knew it that what is coming. So their collaboration and their trade with the Russia was very less. Ukraine's approximately 60 billion pounds that has also frozen. European and Japanese bank, I have already wrote that $150 billion, those will be frozen, but hopefully US is going to make out for that. Switzerland, Cyprus, and UK are the biggest destination for the Russian oligarch. They used to go there and hide their money in those banks. Any companies that are owed money by Russian businesses are going to struggle to get repaid. Some oil companies like Shell, BP have decided to offload assets that they own in Russia. Others, such as trading and mining companies, they are thinking to do the same. In short, the ripple effects of this war are potentially enormous, and many more will probably become apparent in the coming days. Two major conclusion is that geopolitical fracture lines build slowly over time, making it tempting to delay tough strategic realignments, but once those lines fracture, it is often too late to do anything but react. So this is where Russia is going to face a lot of challenges. Russia-Ukraine war is a warning that how suddenly geopolitical motions can accelerate. Businesses should consider their risk exposures carefully. These recent events should raise the premium for home markets, because international markets like this one has been fractured, so the home markets are likely to gain more momentum on that. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Brigadier Sir, for sharing such staggering statistics. Now we have come to the conclusion, and with your permission, sir, can we open the question answer session and then Dr. Sahab से conclude करेंगे?
Question and answer session. They have been a captive audience here.
Zamir Akram. There is some expectations in Islamabad that due to the thaw in relations with Moscow, we'll be able to have some economic, energy, and perhaps defense cooperation with Moscow. Do you think these sanction regimes which West is imposing on Moscow, will it restrict?
For the immediate future, yes, they will cause problems for everyone, not just for Pakistan, but for everyone. The sanctions will have difficulties. We need to look at how countries like China or India are going to handle this. Both Russia and China are also working on alternative means, trading in dollars, not trading in dollars, but in rubles or in local currencies. There are various options that are being looked at. So there will be immediate problems, but I think down the road, solutions will need to emerge, and they will emerge.
Anyone else, please? I mean, those who are there online, they are also welcome to raise a question or make a comment. Okay, so as there is no one going to ask a question, so may I ask a question to our friend from Ukraine? I mean, you have discussed different dimensions of the issue, but I was just wondering if you could enlighten us that how the, people of Ukraine, they are bracing themselves to face this challenge. And also, when we talk about the crisis, so we also have to take into account the Monroe Doctrine, that if Americans are against Russians to deploy missiles in Cuba on the basis of Monroe Doctrine. So how would you justify the expansion of NATO at the cost of the security of Russia? Please, if you could comment. Mr. Iliya, can you please hear me?
Yeah. Yes, now okay. Yeah.
Okay, so waiting for your response, if you.
Yes. Well, I think that, of course, there are 2 points I would like to underline here. First of all, this is true that partially conflict in Ukraine was caused by more global, broad differences that occurred between Russia and the United States, especially after 1991. Russia apparently wasn't able to integrate or find its role inside Western-dominated post-Cold War order. They tried to in 1990s. That was one of their key policies. And even when Vladimir Putin came to power in 2000, he actually was pretty, to some extent, a pro-Western politician. At some short time. Then in mid-2000s, the situation changed when Russia couldn't agree with the United States, first of all, on how the West could see Russia's role in this system. But on the other hand, I don't think that particularly Russian invasion of Ukraine was caused by NATO extension, because I know that there were plenty of talks about Ukraine's ascension into NATO, Ukraine's membership into NATO. But I need to stress out that at the moment of the invasion, there was no prospect of Ukraine getting membership of NATO. Actually, if we analyze what was happening in last year, we were constantly, everyone constantly told Ukrainian leadership that we are not ready for membership in NATO, and it was the understanding that probably this will not happen. So with this in mind, it is really difficult to say that NATO extension was the reason why Russia invaded Ukraine. No, it wasn't. And actually, the invasion happened a week after Russia and Ukraine revived talks. Actually, we were holding talks on how to resolve our conflict since 2014. So NATO is part of the problem globally, but when we're analyzing the reasons for war, I don't see NATO here at all. I see ideological reasons. I see pure politics again, of course. I see problems with Russia that it couldn't proceed with their demands during negotiations on our crisis since 2014. NATO, I think this factor is really overestimated in our case.
Right. So we have got a question from Iftihar Gilani. He is based at Istanbul, Turkey at the moment. And he is a journalist, basically. And he has, shared a document with us, which, he said that this is the Ukraine's delegation led framework under which the country would declare itself neutral and its security would be guaranteed by US, Britain, France, Turkey, China, and Poland. And then, there are 7 points of this framework referring to this document. So then he says that how far realistic is this framework and will it bring an end to war, and what led Russia to scale down its expectations? So if anyone could respond to this, I can share this document if anyone wants to respond, please.
You can share this first up and you can respond it.
Yes, right.
A brief, because for the last almost about week, 10 days, there is a draft agreement in the circulation in media, and there are 20 points. And in 20 points, of course, the guarantors are also there, and the Ukrainian points are there, reservation, they have also been addressed, and so goes to the Russian one. There were indications made that probably whatsoever the end result will be of this agreement, it will be mostly containing these 20 points. And those 20 points, they are very comprehensive, and there are international guarantees from UN as well as from the European countries, and more so even Pakistan has also been figured out. And there is talk of a peacekeeping force as well. And of course, this balkanization as well. And then, of course, reduction of Ukraine into a neutral zone, a buffer zone between Europe and so probably those things are there.
Before I request Honorable Dr. Rifaat Hussain to make his concluding remarks, maybe one last question we could also address. This has come from Dr. Shah, University of Peshawar, and he says that if the US or NATO go against Russia, militarily, so what would be the consequences? Okay, so Dr. Rifaat Hussain Sahab, Honorable Dr. Rifaat Hussain Sahab, you are requested to make your concluding remarks.
Well, thank you so much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. You have had a very, very long day, so I would not like to prolong your agony for too long. But I just had some concluding remarks. First of all, let me say that we had a very rich discussion and a very profound points were made by different speakers. So I'm grateful to all the panelists for making their presentations, especially by Ambassador Zamir Akram Sahab, as well as my friend from Africa, as well as the Brigadier Saad Sahab and
and also Attique sir. Whenever wars happen, they are not uncaused. And when we look for causes, we can point to trigger events, which are the immediate causes, or structural events, which are the long-term background conditions which contribute to the outbreak of war. Having said that, I am surprised that most of our speakers described Ukraine conflict as a crisis. The conventional definition of crisis is that it precedes the outbreak of conflict. So, first of all, my first point is that we need to be very clear in mind whether we are talking about a crisis or we are talking about a military phase of the conflict, or we are talking about full-scale war. And the Russians have played it smart. They called it as special operations, so they could avoid the sanctions phenomena involved in this war. However, we characterize this conflict, whether we call it a conflict or a war, there are certain things which are quite obvious. And taking a cue from Ambassador Akram's presentation, he talked about the end of war in Afghanistan and the humiliation suffered by Americans as one of the factors which contributed to the outbreak of conflict between Ukraine and Russia. I would like to expand a little bit on it. Just allow me 30 seconds of your time. In 2009, that's 2 years before Osama bin Laden was caught in Abbottabad and killed, and 11 years before the Americans decided to wind up their mission in Afghanistan. And I make this comment in response to Zamir Akram's profound observation that Americans hold Pakistan for everything that went wrong in Afghanistan. So in 2009, there was a report by John Kerry, who subsequently was also the Foreign Secretary of the United States, or the Secretary of State. It was called the Tora Bora Revisited. I'm sure most of you have seen that report, or if you have not seen that report, I can summarize the conclusions. In that report, which came out in 2009, John Kerry and his task force, which was set up by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, had drawn three main conclusions about the war in Afghanistan, which the Americans were unable to militarily win a few years later. One was that there were not sufficient American ground troops that were available to interdict the supply of Al-Qaeda and its allies who were fleeing the Tora Bora mountains. Now, why? The Americans who planned everything very meticulously, why did they make this strategic mistake? And the conclusion of the report was that not that the Americans were not aware of the shortage of the troops available to them, but they repeatedly requested the American Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, to increase the supply of these troops, but they were overruled. That's one. Now, the second question that he poses is that why the Americans were so dismissive of the requirements, of the military requirements. And he says that had something to do with the American planning for war in Iraq. And as late as December 2002, when the Americans had bombed the Tora Bora Mountains and, most of the Al-Qaeda was looking for an exit route. So the Americans were thinking of another war. I never draw the implications of my remarks because Ukraine war fits in that pattern. And the third reason that he mentioned was that America had unreliable Afghan allies in the form of Northern Alliance. And so the Americans thought that they could pay bribes to the Afghans and win them over as their allies. But what the Afghans did was they took money from both sides. Al-Qaeda, which was trying to escape Tora Bora, and the Americans, and helped Osama bin Laden escape and move towards the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. And alternatively, I've also read, and that is mentioned in Shuja Nawaz's second book, that there were repeated requests by the Pakistan Army that if you want us to contain the spread of these Al-Qaeda people into the Pakistan border, please help us strengthen our own border. But that advice was like the advice sought by the generals in Afghanistan was also overruled. So there's plenty of blame to go around, but least of which is the fault of Pakistan. But yet it's quite ironic that when the Americans lost the war in Afghanistan, and they continue to blame Pakistan. That's one. The second is that war always leads to divisions. There is no war which can be fought so cleanly that it does not lead to divisions. And what is the central point of conflict over Ukraine? It's not the American security, the Russian security interest, but the Western media is too busy framing it as a conflict between authoritarianism. Putin has been demonized, demonized in a way that has never been done before, and the Americans are claiming to be the champions of freedom and human rights, but that's an overplay. And then Saad Saab has said that truth is the first casualty of war. But if we are living in an era of hybrid war, where wars happen, but they are not described as wars, but what Rosemary Foote has called that we are living in an era of dirty wars, where nobody wants to protect or offer you help because of our values, because of our humanitarian considerations, but we are living in the era of dirty wars. And in that case, that leads me to the third point, which was very eloquently made by my friend, and which is OIC response, Muslim response to the ongoing conflict. I think we need to frame the question very clearly, and we should make no allowance for the Putin's aggression against Ukraine. The fact is that Zelensky, you may like him or you may not like him, whom he had described,
in unspeakable words, but Zelensky has stood up to the Russians, and I think let's call it spade a spade. The fact is that if you are a big country, if you give up your nuclear weapons, then you cannot be but at the mercy of the great power play. About the sanctions, I think except for Attique Saab, nobody has talked about sanctions. There are two things about sanctions. The country that imposes the sanctions and the country that receives those sanctions both suffer uneven. And in case of Putin, if the West thinks that they can make Russia exit the SWIFT account, or if they can impose these sanctions on their multinationals, on their gas exports. But Russia is an energy superpower. The very fact that 30 to 40% of their gas and oil exports go to Europe, so Europe also has to contend with the impact, reverse impact of Russian sanctions. So, and that, in my judgment, is the main reason why I see a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Russian aggression will halt, and the 20 or the 15 points that have been sent by Sakar Saab speak in that direction. How long would it take? It's hard to predict, because the Russians still think that they can get away with their aggression in Ukraine. And my last point is that wars also have the consequences for the presidents and the prime ministers and the generals who fought. Pakistan could be an outstanding exception to this general rule, where people who have lost the wars and they still continue to rule the country. But generally, even in an authoritarian society like Russia, there are consequences and there are penalties. So the West is hoping that there will be enough internal opposition against Putin that he will have to pay either in the form of a coup against him or in the form of reduced level of public support for him. But if he survives, as he has for the past 2 decades or so, I think we need to revisit that hypothesis. So I think we should stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, not necessarily with the government of Ukraine, because they have suffered yet another imperial aggression from Russia. So this has nothing to do with our, choosing between the two sides. But the choice is very clear. It's an absolutely moral and ethical choice. One country, with whatever differences it had with Ukraine historically. I should also point out that when at the time of Stalin in 1952, Stalin, when he was thinking of launching an invasion into Hungary, somebody asked him that, why you want to do this? He says, how many troops does Pope have? And that tendency has continued throughout Russian history. And we have seen that how they went into Afghanistan and they lost the war. But then Gorbachev had a good sense to close the bleeding wound. And now this festering wound of Ukraine, I do not know how how Russia is going to close its wound. So these were some observations, and I'm once again very, very thankful to all the presenters for making excellent presentation. And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sir, for a very befitting and fascinating conclusion to our day-long conference. As they say that all good things have to come to an end, so we also come to the conclusion at the end of this conference. I am very thankful to the panelists who spared time and shared their wisdom and insight on a very important issue. My special thanks on behalf of IPS to all of you who are present here and those who joined us online. We look forward to many more such interactions with you. And with this, we come to the end of this conference. We would just have a group photo and maybe a distribution of books, a special gift from IPS. And so that's it. And okay.
Thank you.
How about the currency?